Hello. I hope you're having a good day today. It has been an extremely. I don't even know how to describe what has been happening for the past week. And I don't even know how to start. Well, I don't have to start now because right now it is still the pre stream. So there's not a lot of people here. I don't have to start yet. But what I'm doing right now is just compiling a lot of things. Okay? Compiling a lot of things. Let me just start off by asking, how is everyone doing today? Doing well, that's good. Just at dinner, that's good. Morning, Lurker-chan. Mo-chan will be a bit late today, so don't mind her. Good. No, it's just it's not, the stream hasn't started yet. So I'm just gonna wait for, it's gonna start in 15 minutes. Is of course, as always, is the pre-stream. Anything goes during the pre-stream, and I don't want to. I can put on, but don't feel like it just yet. Ah, hey, I'm looking at very stupid things. Uh, and- I'm just collecting a lot of information from the past, from the not so distant past. Because what I'm going to be talking about, I'm sure you already saw my post. And if I say anything more before the stream starts, I'll be spoiling it. But let's just say I'm finding things, okay? I'm finding a lot of things. Yeah, so I'm sorry I've been a bit focused on my stuff, so I'll read some of the chat. Sorry about that. You're cooking right now. Purple woman, I don't know where the purple came from. Lurker Chan is cooking. What's she cooking, Lurker Chan? What's the most uncanny valley you've seen this week? The most uncanny valley I've seen at my own photoshops. Doro Doro everyone. Doro Doro to you as well, Shrike. I obtained dinner steak. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. I am so jealous. Let me see. Oh, what did Vicky draw this time? Let me see. How do I open this? Annoying. That's... Oops. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy moly. Oh my god. Where? Is that why one of the lurkers asked me what was my favorite firearm? Is that why? I know who you are, but I'm not gonna name names, okay? I'm not gonna name names, but I know who you are. Holy moly. A Lee Enfield and a Lamont. Exactly. And I did tell a specific lurker what was my favorite firearms. Oscar, we will get to the serious things when the time is up. Right now, I just want to spend this time just digging things and also just having a relaxing time. For the last 7 minutes. Oh yeah, Lee Enfield is one of the best. Lee Enfield is one of the best. Very cool detail on the Lee Enfield and the rifle, the pistol. It's no, it's a revolver. Okay, you all had your pick. So in preparation for the stream, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to prepare some things. I'll be back with you in about 2 minutes, just as the stream is about to start, okay? Y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a few minutes. am back. Control, I'll see you later. Or another day, whichever. Oh, you're too late. Too late. Too late. Zero, I know what you're about to do. It's too late. Oh, by the way, Zalrock, I saw you gifted a membership to someone, to Crow. Thank you, Zara, for the gifted, and Crow do thanks Zalrock. 42 of you lurkers here, so maybe 3 more minutes until I am gonna start with my thing. So since Zero is here to remind me, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Click the notification bell button, or else at 3 a.m. something is going to happen to you. $5 a month. $5 a month. Okay. 2 more minutes. Exciting. Exciting. I've been kind of busy. Okay. That was a nice piece of art. Let me see what else. Non-profit founder. Alright, let's go see. I'm just looking for a random thing. I am collecting some things, okay? I'm collecting some things and you will know how the audacity of some people, okay? The absolute audacity of some people. Welcome, Red. Welcome, Ken. Let me see. Who is this on?
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Oh, thank you, Daisho, for the 5. Non-profit founder. Oh no, I'm not going to. You are not gonna make me pay for your stupid journalist website access. No, you will not. You will absolutely not. You most absolutely will not. Fine, just don't make any money. I can find a different website. Alright. I can use this. Nope. Let's just use this. You didn't want me to use your website, I'm just gonna reuse another website. Quoting you. Alright. It is time, lurkers, it is time. So for any one of you all who want to join in, who are late, I'm sorry, but I'm going to start now. Okay? Alright. How am I supposed to even start? I know this is going to be this is a topic that I'm not really looking forward to. Sylvie Sparks is praying Matt Walsh kids while bullshitting Matt Walsh for cult. What did Sylvie Spark do? We'll go to that soon. Oh, this guy blocked me a long time ago. I have a feeling Sylvie Spark is for reference. He is the guy who is friends with Nyara and friends with Binted. So that already gives you enough information as it is. I thought Sylvie Spark was like some reasonable high-profile VTuber. Turns out it's just him. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's predictable. It is predictable. Okay, it is absolutely predictable that he will be like that. Alright, what I wanted to say is, I was not looking forward to this topic. I really was not looking forward to this topic, and my mind is in a mess of what I think about this topic. This is why I didn't word the announcement of this stream like I want to talk about it, but rather I want to have a discussion about it, okay? A discussion. But before I want to start a discussion, I want to start with a story. Okay, this is a story. And no names is an anecdote, granted, but it's a story that I have been watching off and on in real time. Okay? I have this friend. Okay? I have this friend. She is a godmother to, well, god sister to a man who is already not around. Okay? For years speak. For years. And this is the odd thing about it. This story I'm trying to convey, I'm trying to be as private as possible as well. But I think that it is a very important story to be talking about. Okay? So I have this friend, very caring friend, very, very good friend, caring. And because of being friends with a man, another man, is friends, legitimate friends, both are married. So became friends, basically like God's sister, God brother, siblings in all but blood type of thing. And so this man has a child. And this child has always been a long story short. I would say, may not be my position to say, but when he was alive, he did not like the child because of the misery this child causes to him and his wife. So now, some time already has passed, and due to some really weird circumstances that I won't go into, this friend of mine takes full care of the child. The child who is now grown up, adult age, legit adult age. Okay? And this friend of mine is a very principled individual. Very principled, practically principled to a fault. And very kind. And this child was not that. Causes a lot of trouble, causes a lot of problems. I don't even know how to describe it. It's something. So eventually, this friend of mine says that I'm also really tired of the behavior of and it was a child, now is a full-grown adult. By the way, Koyonaro, full-grown adult. Okay. Full-grown adult used to be a problem child. Grown-up adult under my friend's guidance. Still horrible. Basically, this individual has adopted a tendency of abusing the kindness and caringness of my friend. Because like I said, my friend is a very principled individual, and when she decides to accept someone as a goddaughter or something like that, a daughter in all but blood, 110% all into it. Care, love. Do wrong, spend all of the hours necessary to teach them, to lecture them, everything. And despite all that effort for years, at this point it really has been years, this individual treats my friend's passion, treats my friend's principles, treats my friend's kindness like some kind of a get out of jail free card. So, make promises that they will never keep. Promise I'll be good. Promise I'll change. Promise I'll never be evil. Promise I'll never be cunning, never be sneaky. Promise I'll be honest. But a few days later, it starts all over again. Okay? And it has been years, and it has been the same thing over and over and over again. And my friend always said, one day I will send this person to the temple. Live there for a few months, a year, however much long this person needs to just get a grasp of themselves. But you know, heart's too soft. Sẽ tặc, as they say. Sẽ tặc, xâm thù. Does not have the decisiveness and the strength to just go along with it. So it never happened. And since it never happened, it just keeps going and 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 going for fucking years. And every single time this person gets in trouble again with my friend, Again, with all the empty promises, I will change. You are very kind. I want to be part of the family. I always want to be part of the family. I will never let go of you. And all of those words. And I know exactly why this individual does not want to let go of my friend. Because my friend is so kind, so loving, puts in their all to make sure those under her care gets the best and be the best. And there are just some people who consider it to be an advantage to be exploited, a weakness to be used against them. Till this day, it's still happening. I can see it happen, but I am powerless to stop it. Because at the end of the day, it's a promise between two good friends. One of them is already dead. And the person who is dead has left a child for the other friend to take care. And the other friend feels personally responsible. Not personally responsible as in, as a friend, it is only right to take this child in. So why did I tell you this story? Good morning, Ma Chan. Glad you managed to be here. I know you've been busy. Take care of yourself. You've seen him many times, right? Why do I tell this story? Why do I tell this story? Well, it's very simple actually. You can have your principles, you can have your virtues. They are steadfast. Can never shake them off of you. Because it's just you. It is just you. And because some people who are either mean-spirited, evil, or any spectrum of personalities that do not view your principles as precious, they will use it against you. They will abuse it to abuse you. And for the past week or so, since the very fateful incident that has occurred last week, I have seen this anecdote of mine, this story of mine, this anecdote of mine being applied throughout the internet by people who obviously do not follow the same principles as the others, but they will keep using it like a hostage on your conscience. And at some point, we have to ask the question. I want to ask the question. I have to ask the question. At some point, does the principled person or the virtuous person, do they understand that people will not, there are some people who will use their principles against them? And if that is the case, what should they do? That is the question I want to ask. So that's really the preface of what I want to talk about. It's a preface. And I suppose I don't have to tell you all what actually happened last week. It's all over the news. It's all about the news. Unless you have completely gone offline for the past week or so and not touched the internet in any sort of way, you would already know what has happened. I don't have to reiterate it to any of you. But, I'm drinking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get started with some examples, okay? I'm going to start off with some examples. And this is what I've been digging for the past few minutes. And it is far from all of it, but I think it is a good enough sampler of history. A good enough sampler of history. And what do I mean by that? I'll just get it. Here we go. Let's start off in any order. Just a bunch of articles and headlines for you to set the scene, okay? So for instance, this was back in 2021. Teen Vogue editor resigns after fury over racist tweets that happened a decade ago. So 2011 or 2010? 10 years ago. That's one example. Then there is another one. I don't even know what to think about this one. Black officers fired by Tampa Police Department for using the word on the body cam during an arrest, but defends it as a way of expressing culture amongst the African American community, which is true. But he was still fired. He was still fired. I want you to remember this. Then next, everyone remembers this story. Rosetta scientist Dr. Mac Taylor apologizes for offensive shirt. Taylor breaks down during an apology for sexy shirt as he delivers progress report on common mission. You remember this story. And you will remember that in this story, the person who made this shirt for the doctor was a woman. And she came out publicly and said, "I made that shirt for him. What are you on about?" See you, Zero. For just wearing a shirt, people wanted him cancelled. And they will not admit it in this, because this is the Guardian. And you know the Guardian leans a very specific way. Of course they will not cover who made the shirt for him. Of course they will not. Let's move to another one. Dumber. Back in October 2022, eminent New York University chemist fired after students complained about taxing organic chemistry course, which means He got fired because his classes were too good, too detailed, and too hard for the layperson to study. "82 of his 350 students, not even a majority, the minority decided he should get cancelled. Let me just, Oscar, let me find for you, hold on. Let me find for you, hold on. Found it. An interview with the woman behind the Shirtgate shirt. Priceman, Ellie Priceman. Ellie Priceman is the artist. Just type her name in to any search engine, to Ellie Priceman shirt, you'll get it. Back to this story. The minority said he should go, and the university just said, okay. You may be the minority, but we care about your opinions over the opinions of the majority. You are fired. I don't care how good you are, how illustrious you are, how much important work you have done for the field of organic chemistry, how good your classes are, or how much people learn from them. 82 out of 350 82 lazy students out of 350 students who actually bothered to put in the work say your classes are too hard, you are fired. Another one. This one is very odd that they use Trump's first term, but this one happened back in May of 2021. Don't know why they used Orange Man for this. I do not know why they used Orange Man for this, but this is the headline. Space Force Lieutenant Colonel fired for loss of trust after claiming that Marxists had infiltrated US military. Matthew Lorimer has been relieved from his post at Space Force after allegedly criticizing US military of being Marxist. For expressing political opinion. For expressing a non-violent political opinion, he got fired. And this was under Biden, by the way. Oh yeah, I remember about the space pants as well. And of course, with the benefit of hindsight back in earlier 2025, it was true. It was so true. It was so true that the US military, prior to Orange Man taking over again, it was at its weakest. No one wanted to enlist, no one wanted to join. And you had the most wild and honestly questionable attempts at marketing, especially in the Navy. So yes, another one, fired for saying army is filled with Marxists, which is a interesting thing to think about. Fired for this. So what is the loss of trust? What is the loss of trust exactly? She said it outright. He didn't keep it in his bag and then trying to sabotage behind the scenes. He said it outright to your face, and you fired him for it. And lo and behold, fast forward to today, it was true. What he said was true. What he said was true. So, fired for telling the truth? Alright, another one. Another one. This one happened back in around December 2022. Non-profit founder says she was fired for being a conservative. Founder, by the way. The founder of this non-profit organization got kicked out from the very organization she created. It's like, basically, the creator of Skullgirls being kicked out of his own video game studio. That's how bad it was. Conservative Republican beliefs pose a threat to the financial and reputational stability. They say the threat would not exist if she was a Democrat. And of course, like I just said, Skullgirls is another example. The creator essentially was cancelled from his own game studio. And one more. Well, one. Yes, one more. Two more. Of course, we have this. The most recent example. This time over playing a video game. Not even playing a video game, announcing that she's playing a video game. You remember this? Most of us remember this. We remember how psychotic people have been over one specific video game. And they're going after Korode. Yes. They went after Silvervale back then. They tried to go after Kobo, but the Indonesians were not going to have it, thankfully. And now their latest target is Korone. So, until I want to remind you all and emphasize to you all, prior to the incident that happened to a man named Charlie, prior to that ever happening to him, prior to that, every single people said this. Why cancel culture is good for democracy. Let's read about this. History has shown us those in power are obsessed with turning any form of accountability that's intended to bring us into sudden doom, blah blah blah. Following excerpt from the upcoming book. The case for cancel culture, how this democratic tool works to liberate us all. Let's read a bit. We only saw the headlines, but let's actually give this a bit of a read, okay? Let us give this a bit of a read. Let us give us a bit of a read. To set the scene, to set the tone. To put people in the mood, okay? To put people in the mood. For many years, cancel culture has been despised or misconstrued as a new phenomenon that caused havoc on free expression and speech. Like I say, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. "6 months, are you sure?" Marcos, thank you for the membership again. Renewal. Let's continue reading. What did Pierre hate? Oh, Pierre hate, thank you for joining. We are supposed to now assume that we can't say or do anything without an angry mob instantly judging us and preparing to end our careers before they start. Okay? In actual fact, we are the people who make up the so-called mob, and we have control of our own actions. Oh yes. Oh yes. Pak Chor. Pak Chor scholars, Pak Chor and the Rolling Stones. Yes. Keep talking. Keep talking. Let us keep talking. Cancel culture has leveled the playing field for those who can't always rely on government to protect them. Let's keep talking. Right now, bigots are protected under the First Amendment to fuel disgusting rhetoric without state-sanctioned consequence. The America that tolerated blah 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 remind us how such forms of hate are still legal via speech. Cancel culture is the poison to those in power that have benefited from unchecked free speech. Keep talking. Please keep talking, Rolling Stones. Please keep talking. When conservatives declare that it is a free country and a cancel culture is un-American, they forget speech works two ways. It allows discourse to take place but grants all voices to be heard. In other words, straight white men and other people with power aren't used to getting pushbacks for the ways they conduct themselves. Keep talking, and cancel culture has reset the way society can react. Keep talking. Those who fear cancel culture may claim they fear suppression of speech, but it's accountability that they want to avoid. Alright, I want to show you a little something. Okay? I want you to keep to mind certain keywords. This keyword, fuel disgusting rhetoric without state-sanctioned consequences. Okay? Remember that? Cancel culture is the poison to those in power, this part, that have benefited from unchecked free speech. Okay? This part. Those who fear cancel culture may claim they fear blah blah, but it's accountability that they want to avoid. Alright, let's go to this.
Dash out the crime statistics? Not exactly like...
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Okay, I'm done today. I don't give a fuck. You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature.
Not exactly like...
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events.
Not exactly like...
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events. You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events.
Okay. Another one.
Wake up and finally realize that if they're... I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. I think that liberals...
This is still the greatest hit. You could
conservatives
say.
To be afraid of getting killed. You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events. You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events.
Is the accountability they want to avoid. Benefited from unchecked free speech. Fuel disgusting rhetoric without state-sanctioned consequences. That's just one example, by the way. I have a lot more. I have a lot more. A lot more, by the way. So, Rolling Stones. Ernest Owens and Rolling Stones. I hope you are principled enough to stick to what you say, because we are in for a ride. We are in for a very wild ride. Okay? I want you to remember these words that you have said. I'm going to write it down. I'm going to write it down. Okay? I'm going to write it down. Hold on. I am going to write it down. Let me just remember. Fuel disco. Let me just open this. Hold on. Hold on. All right. I want Rolling Stones and this writer, who his name Ernest Owens, to remember what they have said on this February 20th, 2023 article. I want them to remember this. We are going to go for a ride, lurkers. I'm going to start digging at certain things that I have observed, and we're going to go for a very wild ride. A very, very wild ride. Here we go, another one.
So I keep on seeing like posts about this Charlie dude, whatever, Kirk dude, whatever. Regardless. And let me just say this. I'm surprised that y'all didn't get rid of him sooner. And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Like, don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end dog. Get rid of them all. And the ones that are above him. Your mayor. Your city councilman. What is it? Georgia Power? The people that keep on raising our shit? The CEO, get rid of them. Yeah. Like, what? It was so crazy. I watched like a 60-minute, whatever. Y'all know what I mean. 1 minute edit of like the things he said, and they're like so atrocious that like.
She exposed herself. 1 minute edit of what he said. 1 minute edit. He has tens of hours of commentary, which are so long, and I hurt myself listening to them, but I listened to them because I wanted to fact check some things. It tells you all that you need to know, that they took hours of his commentary and just cut it off to about a 1 minute snippet. Edited snippet. But let's finish this.
His wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too because they're carrying on that. His wife deserves that. Like, his wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too because they're carrying on that mentality and that lineage. Like, get rid of the whole family. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Why did you guys stop with him? Why did you stop with him? Go get it in that lineage. Like, get rid of the whole family. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Why did you guys stop with him? Why did you stop with him? Go get his grandma. Because who raised you? Like, your mom ought to be ashamed for breathing scum like you. Get rid of the whole family. Like, y'all too scary. Y'all too scary for revolution. Y'all too scary for progress.
When I heard that, I am reminded of something. I'm reminded of two very specific things that have happened. Cultural Revolution and Juche. Mainland during Mao Zedong's period, and right now in Juche with the Kim family, that is how they punish people for wrong thing. It's not enough that you die for your perceived transgressions against them. Your entire family has to die. That is what they say. Okay? To them, it is not enough. It really is not enough to them. It is not enough that you yourself has to take the brunt of everything. Your parents is something called the 3 generations rule. It is called the 3 generations rule. And what the 3 generations rule basically means is that it's not enough that you, as the person who has done the deed, to be... How should I use this word gently? It is not enough that you, as the person who did the deed, to be, let's just say, held accountable, quote unquote, held accountable. Your children have to be held accountable. Your wife has to be held accountable. Your grandparents has to be held accountable. On both your side and your wife's side, by the way. Which means let's say 2 grandparents, 2 sets of grandparents, 4 people already. You and your wife, 6. Your children, 8. That is the mindset of this woman. And I would like to say that this is for educational purposes, but I would be lying already. I would be lying already.
Like, y'all too scary. Y'all too scary for revolution. Y'all too scary for progress. Like, y'all want results without putting in the
Progress. This specific thing you are demanding has been here since the 1970s, the 1960s. If anything, it is regress.
work. You gonna have to take out trash to get a clean house. Like, it is what it is. A clean house. Like, it is what it is. In the work, you gonna have to take out trash to get a clean house. Like, it is what it is. If the trash can is stinking up the house, you gotta take out the garbage. Take the garbage out, y'all. Take the garbage out. Alright. Not me. I'm chilling.
No. That is not how you disclaim yourself. You called. That is incitement. This is not all there is to it, by the way. There is more. There is more. And oh boy, there is so much more. If you are a leftist, but you said political violence is too far, rightfully so, we should not have to resort to violence. We can just talk, we can just argue about it, but we never go to violence. You'll have people like this Devin and that Ram who shared it, calling you a traitor, calling you a coward, calling you a pygmy, and any of those type of labels. I have seen so many. To the credit of some leftists, many leftists, they have said, okay, this is really too far. You don't have to like what Charlie said, but no one deserves to be killed for their opinions. And exactly what they say right here, they make memes about you. They mock you, they insult you, they call you a coward. They call you a traitor. They call you a crypto-fascist. Yes, I have seen crypto-fascists. They say by saying you are against violence, you are supporting stochastic terrorism, as according to them. Let's go see some more. Then we have this one. We have this one, by the way. Jazo, what a name. Thank you for a follow. For the sub. Then we have this one. A buffet. Yum lê thái yum lê cán. From Joe Rogan to Matt Walsh to J.K. Rowling. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. I have heard enough Joe Rogan to know that he is not a conservative and he is not a right-winger. I have known enough. Another one. A lot of Matt Walsh. Chaya Raichik, the Lips of TikTok lady. The one, by the way, the Lips of TikTok lady, the one who reports on a lot of teachers abusing children, by the way. That's the type of person they want to target as well. A lot of Orange Band, a lot of wanting to kill, a lot of wanting to target the president of the United States. But of course they won. A lot more. And of course, a few Elons. Tim Pool. The kind of left-leaning, the most milquetoast fence-sitter imaginable, Tim Pool. Apparently, fence-sitting is a crime not worthy of life to them. And Andy Ngo. Andy Ngo is a gay Vietnamese reporter. But the reason they hate him is because he reports on things that make them look bad. More, by the way, I have more. Don't think that is over because there is always too much more. There is a lot more. Let me find. There is one that angered me as well. It angered me particularly. Because let's say, offer some semblance, although they are 0% deserving of it, offering some semblance of fairness. They were directly pushing politics, but no, it's still too much even for that. These people are getting too comfortable spouting evil. I said it before and I'll say it again. Let's have a look at this. Legacy Killer HD. He only talks about video games. He talks about the gaming industry, and he hardly ever talks about politics, if ever. The only time he really talks about politics was in this situation with Charlie. This was what Legacy Killer HD received from the moral and good people. I want you to read that. Read that over and over again. Legacy Killer HD. Then, of course, the classic Madame Savvy, attacked also by the classic, the person who keeps crawling back to X with old accounts after old accounts after old accounts, despite that his accounts always being taken down because he always threatens violence against people. Don't let these disgusting freaks get away with this. Get away with what? Airbag, get away with what? Tell me, get away with what? Get away with calling you out? Get away with screen capping your very own behavior and then show parading it to everyone to see? Get away with what? Get away with criticizing your behavior. Get away with criticizing your rhetoric, which demands violence. I can even look right now, I can still find more examples. But I'm just going to stick to the examples that I found over the past few days. Another one. This time Kershaw. This time Kershaw. They are very blatant. They are very blatant. They think that because now it gets to this problem that we have, okay? This is the problem that we have. Alright. This is the problem that we have that is being faced by a lot of people. And they are using it against a lot of people. Because the people they are targeting have at one point or another called out cancel culture. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to process my thoughts because every time I'm rereading all of this post again, it's a bit overwhelming. I have seen I have seen psychotic replies before. Over the years, I have seen them. But not like this. It really is not like this. Not like this. A lot of these pak chor, over the years, they have tried so hard to create the illusion that they will never go as far as violence. They reassure you, they tell you that. But because of this specific incident, or because the person who got struck was Charlie Kirk, their masks are all off. And what I am witnessing, the faces that was hidden by those masks are so rotten and ridden with worms and maggots that I just cannot help but be disgusted. I just cannot help but be disgusted by what I am seeing every day online. But the problem is that I have to be online at this point. Otherwise, there's not much. I have to be online at this point. Otherwise, how do I talk to you all like this? How do I chat with you all? How do I spend time with you all? I have to be online. And there's a few more. Would you believe it? This is the feminist account. She has made posts criticizing Charlie Kirk on his opinions and all of that. But she drew the line at violence. She drew the line at violence. And look at this. This was the reply she got. So yeah, if there was ever any doubt, by the way, let's go back to this Destiny video. I want to go back to this Destiny video. I want to go back to this one. I want to go back to this one. Remember what he's saying.
Conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events. So
What are you gonna say now, Destiny? That was a leftist. That woman I just showed was a leftist, a feminist. What are you going to say now? Still a target? It keeps going. I have seen so many people who have repeatedly said Charlie Kirk has a lot of takes that I absolutely hate, but I will always draw the line at violence. I have seen so many of those people, thankfully, but there are still a lot of people like this one. There are so many people who will be so comfortable expressing the destruction of another person's life. Too many. They have gotten way too comfortable, in my opinion. They have gotten way too comfortable because the internet has been a place where they have formed the mistaken belief that they can say the worst things imaginable 100% seriously and to your face, and they believe that they will get no repercussions for such actions. But oh, no. They don't get repercussions for such actions, but you will. You will. You will get repercussions for such actions. You will do it. It will affect you. They want it to affect you, but they don't want it to affect them. And I want you to remember again this article because it's going to get very ironic right now. It's going to get very ironic right now. History has shown us that the power, blah, 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 that how cancel culture is a democratic tool to liberate us all. It is a poison to people that benefit from unchecked free speech. And it is a tool for accountability to those who want to avoid accountability. I want you to remember this, okay? Because I've seen something snapped. I have observed something snapped so thoroughly because of Charlie Kirk's incident. Something snapped in the reasonable silent majority. Something snapped. And like I showed you before, it's not just the right-wingers, it's not just the conservatives. It is just about everyone the Pak Jaw has chosen to abandon, has chosen to shun, has chosen to threaten for one word. I disagree. Disagreement. And it's starting to happen. Remember this article, okay? Because I'm going to show you something funny. Something very, very funny. Rolling Stone, why cancel culture is good for democracy, okay? Are you ready, Lucas? Are you ready? Are you ready? I suspect some of you already know what I'm going to show you, but for those who are not, you're good. And this disgusted me so much. Reading this disgusted me so much. Reading this disgusted me so much. 2 articles it is different when I become the victim. I'm not going to give you money. Your headline is good enough. Both from Rolling Stone. I want to remind you, both are from Rolling Stone. When I am weaker than you, I ask you for freedom because that is according to your principles. When I am stronger than you, I take away your freedom because that is according to my principles. This is why I gave that anecdote at the start of the stream. And this is why I have expressed, I'm going to reread my announcement. Okay? I'm going to reread the announcement I made for... I'm going to close some tabs as well because you already got the point. This is why I asked this question. Oh, I want to show one more. I want to show you one more, by the way. It is from Karol Kulinski, the person who originally posted about that, made a video about that, what was that, so that Charlie Kirk quote about stoning. I feel that it's important that I show you what he posted. I hope I still have it. I hope I still have it. They have the gall. Actually, no, I won't go to the conclusion just yet. Just remember this. The moment it starts to affect them, they will come out, scurry out and say, what about your principles? What about your principles? Aren't you against this? Aren't you for free speech? Aren't you for the First Amendment? Don't you hate cancel culture? Didn't you stand against cancel culture? What about your principles now? And I can tell you one thing. Well, I can't really tell you one thing, but I can tell you one thing. It has made me think a lot about this. If they held this principle against... There's another very interesting point, OP, you made, comparing waffles to pancakes, and I will show you a discussion I had with someone very odd later. But I want to read what I wrote in this announcement, okay? For the past few days, I have vividly witnessed many individuals using the virtues and principles of others against them as a means to shamelessly shield themselves from accountability and repercussions. Accountability for their actions, their words, and their threats against others that they gleefully throw at everyone with reckless or malicious abandon. These same people whom a mere few days ago, before that very fateful event that we already know of, would spit on and toss said virtues and principles aside when it was useless or inconvenient to them. They abuse your adherence to your principles, holding it like some kind of hostage to your conscience, as you are tempted to react to their unpleasant acts. Under what situation? This is a serious question, and it's not rhetorical, by the way, lurkers. It is not a rhetorical question. It's a serious question. Under what situation should principled people realize they need to make exceptions? Should they make exceptions? What should they do when they are faced with those who deliberately abuse their adherence to their principles to gain the unfair advantage, to bully, and in this case, even to kill? To help us with one perspective, I have found a video from Arch.
But what about free speech? Mules the left, now that it knows that every single rule, every standard, every law that it itself so eagerly chiseled into stone with which to prosecute its enemies is being turned around against itself. As right-wing cancellation campaigns are now spreading across the internet. We see things like here, for example. We have sent over 300 emails to employers and have gotten 15 confirmed fired now. DC has fired one of its authors. People working for games companies have been fired over celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And the Rolling Stone itself writes an article, people are losing their jobs for criticizing slain free speech advocate Charlie Kirk, as if to hold...
And also, Rolling Stones, you are, this is my humble opinion, but you are a filthy, malicious liar. They were not criticizing Charlie Kirk. They were mocking his death, and they were using his death as a way to demand for more people to be targeted. Get your filthy facts straight. Get your facts straight, Rolling Stone. We have seen on this stream so far, right, Lucas? We have seen on this stream so far that it is not criticism. It is people celebrating his death, jumping for joy on their TikTok videos, and some even outright saying it is not enough for it to stop at Charlie Kirk. And you have people like Destiny saying conservatives have to fear for their life. That is not criticism, Rolling Stone. That is gaslighting. Filthy, filthy, cowardly gaslighting. You know. If you say things as they were, as a matter of fact, if you change the headline from people are losing their jobs for this to people are losing their jobs for mocking the death of Charlie and calling for more, that would change your entire narrative. And you know that. You know that. That's why you lie.
Him up even now as a shield. Hey, isn't this one of your principles? Shouldn't we be allowed to say anything, no matter how heinous we want about you? Should we not be allowed to attack you, regardless of any tactics, strategies we so choose? And should you not be forbidden from fighting back? No, Rolling Stones. As you yourself said 2 years ago, cancel culture is good. So, fuck your freedom of speech in particular. And your freedom of speech is the important thing here. So, this semi-viral little tweet clearly shows that a chord is being struck with the general populace, and I know why. It is because all I and the right at large now appears to be asking for is, in essence, for the same rules to be applied to the left, who have not suffered any consequences of their actions, any consequence of their violent rhetoric, even as they've spent the last 10 years judging the right for lesser grievances and crimes, quote unquote. And I know this because we are now seeing the exact same arguments that my side made 10 years ago bubble up on the left. Things like, for example, oh, you can't hold me responsible for saying this and that because somebody acted upon it because, well, I can't be held responsible for the actions of my audience. You know what? Again, 10 years ago, Pelosi, I might have agreed with you before you spend 10 years ignoring that and only using it when it becomes beneficial for your side. So, let's talk about this a little bit broader, shall we? As the left is now again attempting to hold up our virtues to shield their own heinous actions. You see, communist history videos. I represent no group, no party, just a comrade. All sectors of communism posted without judgment. So a communist account going, I'm all about absolute free speech, no cancel culture, and legal comedy, you snowflake libtard, says the MAGA. And then, fuck Charlie Kirk, rip bozo lol, I'm calling your employer to cancel you 14 seconds later. Try 14 years. Communist, you have been hiding behind the right-wing virtue of freedom of speech for a decade. But finally, at long last, you have managed to beat that last virtue out of the right. And you will not be allowed to hold it up to defend your actions any further. You do not hold freedom of speech as a virtue. You don't like it. You don't value it. And you certainly have never and will never defend it. So fuck your freedom of speech yet again. And now that we know that the shooter was indeed a socialist, in all due likelihood radicalized on campus, writing in things like Ciao Bella, a communist anti-fascist guerrilla song used in Italy, or things like Catch This Fascist, with a reference to Helldivers 2's 500-kilogram bomb call-in on it, we know why this happened. There is no doubt about it, there's no question, there's no confusion. And then becomes the question, what was he radicalized by? Why has it become so common for left-wing violent rhetoric to be simply accepted? Well, it's because it is simply legal. It is not punished. It is not... well, it's not even reacted to at all. We have, so many examples now, but just to take one quick from Charlie Kirk.
I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a Satan spawn, but he's very, very strategically minded.
Or on Charlie Kirk, more correctly. This is, of course, destiny. No consequences received from this, none whatsoever. We have another one from literally just a day ago, George Abaronoyi, I think, who also debated Charlie Kirk once, I do believe, says Charlie Kirk got shot, let's fucking go. That is his response. That is a person who has also argued quite vehemently things like this.
To effectively create change in the world we desire. And Side Prop will argue that at times there is simply nothing else that can be required other than violent retaliation. And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions are too broken, too regressive, too oppressive to be reformed. Like cancers of our society, they must and they should be taken down by any means necessary.
I entered this stream, I started this stream with the intention of having a lot of doubts. But as I continue listening to evidence after evidence after evidence and examples in the span of just 1 week, I am questioning whether should I have such levels of doubt. Rena, please shut up.
It's that simple. These people are arguing for violence. They're not being roundabout about it, they're not being subtle, they're not being sneaky, they hate you and they want to destroy you. They say it in the most blatant form imaginable. And again, there are no consequences, because the rules are not applied evenly. Mr. Abaronai's comments are abhorrent, they do not contravene the college's policies on free speech.
They will use your principles against you. They will say the worst things, do the worst things, act on the worst things, call for the worst things. And don't you dare react. No, none of you dare react. None of you dare react. Because if you do, you are a hypocrite. I thought you were all for principles. I thought you were all for free speech. I thought you were against cancel culture. Oh, we will talk about whataboutism soon, OP. The stream is not over yet, and I have some more things to talk about.
The right has learned very much so at its cost that it can't say anything even remotely close to this. The right has gotten very, very good at self-censoring itself to speak and paint within the lines set by social media platforms, lines simply not observed by our opposition. And there are so many compilation clips going about right now. Everything from the left's talking heads like Hassan Piker or Destiny or Vosh calling for violence in the most explicit terms conceivable. Again, no guile, no subterfuge, simply just calls for violence over and over again. From the politicians as well, mainline major name politicians declaring Trump to be a fascist, to be the enemy, that he needs to be attacked, that he needs to be punched. This is how they view all of MAGA. Again, no subterfuge whatsoever. Countless numbers of these compilations right now. It simply has no end to it. And it, again, talking heads, politicians, entertainers, all of it from top to bottom that is now once more attempting to use our own arguments to shield their actions.
People don't have any intention of saying something that's going to lead to something dangerous, but we cannot take responsibility.
I have seen a lot of Nancy Pelosi quotes over the past years, especially in 2020. Especially 2020, just before the election. I have seen so many. And now, they are using the coward's way out. They don't even have the spine to say, yes, I said it. Yes, some people likely acted on our instructions and of the fiery rhetoric that we gave. And you know what? We don't care. None of them. I mean, the closest you have is Destiny. That's the closest you have. But the rest of them, no. No. Now they are doing the coward's way out. Oh, we never intended this to happen. Oh, we were never for violence. Oh, we were just being hyperbolic. Oh no, what we meant by we have to take them down, it just means we have to take them down in the next elections.
Responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
That is, of course, not an argument that the left has ever accepted at any point whatsoever. Speech is violence, we have been told. Even being silent is in fact violence. All forms of rhetoric have now been put on equal footing with physical harm by the left. Apply the left's standard, as this is also the only way in which anything can be corrected right now. Consequences must arrive for the left. Its speaking heads must experience what the right has been experiencing for the last 10 years. As you know what? The censorship of the right has in fact worked. When you are not allowed to speak, to verbalize.
I mean, honestly, there's one thing that I'll have to disagree with you on. It's not just that the right has to self-censor and be censored. As we have seen in over the past years, anyone who is not part of the left are censored. And I have a meme. Let me find you the meme. Let me find you. I recall making this meme some time ago. I hope I still have it. I really hope I still have it. If not, this will be a bit hard to illustrate my problem. It will be a bit hard to illustrate my problem. Let me find it. Okay? Wait a moment, Lucas. I'll find it and see if it's available. It's extremely important to lay this context. Extremely important. Please don't mind me for a moment, Berkus. I hope I have it. Do I have to send it? For sure I have it on my phone. Let me how do I post it? Is there somewhere I can post it? No, what? I'm going to post it on my Twitter first, and then I can delete it later. Alright. I posted it on my X. Let me just find it. This one. This is how a Pakchor views. This is how a Pakchor views anyone who is not a Pakchor. And I've shown you enough. I have shown you enough. I've shown you enough evidence, not just today, but over the past streams I have made about this topic. This is how they view their political reality. The moment you disagree with them once, you are far right. The moment you say, I agree with you on just about everything, but I believe violence is not the answer. You are a traitor, you are a pick-me. And therefore, you are, as they would say, gaining clout with the far right. You want clout from the far right. Just finish this video. I'm almost
you
done
won't
with
make
this.
them. Perhaps that is in fact.
So on this regard, Arch, I disagree with you that it only affects the actual right-wingers. It affects everyone. There is no two ways about it. It affects everyone.
For the better in our current day extraordinarily divisive situation. Ideally speaking, we would eventually be able to arrive back to an era of complete free speech. We would all
I miss the 90s lurkers. I really miss the 90s. The mid-90s, the late 90s. When people literally could just... I have seen those videos of... I remember there was this old YouTube, the oldest YouTube. There was this black activist guy. And he basically went around and... to actual... K to the power of 3 neighborhoods, triple K's neighborhoods, and you would just talk with them. And funnily enough, it ended at that, just talking with them. Those were the late 90s, those were the early 2000s. People who, according to their political leanings or their supposed social political leanings, hate each other, but when it came down to it, when they sat down and talked to each other, human to human, person to person, they just realized that some things transcend petty politics. And what transcended petty politics back then is to mutually respect each other and to mutually understand each other as people, as humans. And that is something that I don't know what went wrong, but the moment he reached the late 2000s and he moved into the 2010s and now the 2020s, something went really, really wrong. And Merrick is even a few years after that incident as well. It's like something went really, really wrong the moment it reached the late 2000s. It was slow. It was so slow, but over the years you could see it getting worse.
Prefer to go back.
Back in the 90s and the early 2000s, people didn't really care about race. They really didn't. Because at the end of the day, if you were an asshole, you were an asshole and people didn't like you. If you were a really nice person and you were kind, people would respect you and they would value you. Regardless of whether man, woman, what race does not matter. But now, you can be the nicest person imaginable, but if you are from the wrong identity, they will still attack you for it. You can be the worst person imaginable. You could have ended the lives of a lot of innocent people, but because you are of a specific ethnicity or race, people somehow still feel obligated to defend you. It didn't have to be like this back then. It wasn't like this for most parts back in the older days. Wendy Gun, exactly. I remember what Pak Chor have tried to do with Wendy Gun. He deserves nothing of that, but he still got it. He still got it because of what they think he represents, or he apparently. And they say, we are the conspiracy theorists. I have not seen more crackpot conspiracy theories than what In Praise of Shadows did with Wendy Gun.
To the 90s, 2000s, where you could say pretty much anything you wanted and have it defended. I disagree with you, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. But to do that, we must first be on an equal footing. We cannot have this be a unilateral thing anymore, where the left always places the blame on the right. You must de-escalate right. You must bring down the temperature. No. When the left is being punished, that is what will bring down the temperature. When the consequences, when the firings impact the left wing, when they are swept from academia, swept from gaming companies, from the public, from social media and video sharing platforms, then the temperature will sink. It is that simple. And even on Stamford Bridge, last Stamford Bridge just a few days ago, I then said 2014 Arch would have a lot of problems with this. He wouldn't like this. To which Sargon quite succinctly responded by simply stating that 2014 Arch is gone. And he is. He was removed by the left. They were the ones who took that away from us. Once more, this has been a right-wing virtue that the left has worked extraordinarily hard to beat out of us, and we still would like to cling to it. We still would like to keep free speech as a core, central liberty for all human beings. But it cannot continue to exist if only one side recognizes it, if only one side values it. And the temperature will not go down until it has been made clear that radicalization and radicalizing language is not accepted on either side. The left has finally managed to drag the right kicking and screaming to this position, and I hope, dearly so, that it will finally be enforced, and there does appear to be movement in that direction, as people simply aren't taking this anymore. It is simply not being...
Actually, I also again beg to differ with Arch on this part. I honestly do think I beg to differ on this regard with Arch. He mistakenly believes that mutual respect and within reason having the freedom to talk what you want to talk within reason is a right-wing thing. I don't think it's a right-wing thing. I think it is a non-extreme thing. Even if you're left-leaning, even if you're right-leaning, I think I would like to believe that this is a principle that sane moral people hold. Sane moral people should allow others to speak their mind within reason. And by within reason, we usually agree that calling for violence, mocking the killed, are lines that are too extreme. So, I don't know how such basic, decent things is now being attributed to only right-wingers. This is a personal beef of, this is a personal annoyance of mine. For as long as I remember, I have never considered myself using the flawed political dichotomy of Westerners. I do not like the left-right dichotomy. It is a flawed mechanism, and it is a very stupid mechanism in my humble opinion. But if I were to use that mechanism, I would quite comfortably say that I would not want to be part of the right, because there's so many things I disagree with them. But what I do not disagree with them at all, in fact, I am standing side by side with them over, is that calling for violence over opinions is twisted and evil. This is why I like the 90s, the late 90s, the early 2000s. People can argue, sometimes intensely, over their opinions, over their politics, over their worldviews, but at the end of the day, when all the arguments are over, when everything has simmered down, people can just shake each other's hands or even give a hug and smile at each other and say, although I don't like your opinions, I don't agree with your opinions, but it does not matter. Because we have our right to disagree with each other. And if we are friends, we should not let our opinions cause friction with our friendships. I hate, and ultimately DZ, I hate the idea of left and right. Till now, I really hate the idea of left and right, and I hate it so much when there are right-wingers calling me a leftist and when there are leftists calling me a far-right.
Tolerated anymore, and that is a damn good thing. Until next time, I have been Arch.
Okay. I do not like using this. I really do not like using this chart. But it's the chart that most Westerners seem to understand the most. It's the chart that most Westerners seem to understand the most. So, no other choice but to use it. Oh, that one was that was a direct response to a lot of Pak Chor accusing you wouldn't. I'll talk about it later. I want to take a short break and I'm running out of coffee. I'm going to take a short break and I'm going to get something to drink and I'll be back with you. We can continue the talk later, Lerke-chan. Hold on. thank you, Trumpet, for the gifted. And I think, in all seriousness, I'm going to take a short break distraction to just talk about this. But again, words cannot express how grateful I am with every single lurker who just drops in and drop a few dollars for gifteds or a super chat off and on when you can afford it. I am very, in all complete seriousness, I am very grateful that you're making this so positive for me whenever I stream. I don't even know how to word my gratefulness. Always a few of you or many of you just drop in and you just drop a membership or drop a gifted or anything like that. It's so all I know is I'm grateful, okay? All I know is I'm grateful. Anyway, what did Rena... Rena. You just had to ruin a nice, wholesome, touching moment like this, Rena. Anyway, I want to say is I'm grateful for you lurkers who just drop in a few whenever you drop in gifts and memberships or super chats when you can afford it, so that I can just keep streaming often. Thank you so much. Anyway, Daishobo, you don't want to know. Daishobo, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. Okay. What else do I'm going to do a bit of a watch along for a while because I need to eat something. I'm going to do a short watch along. We'll stop halfway, but I wanted to just do a watch along. Where is it? 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 This is going to... We won't finish this video, but I'm going to eat something, and while I eat something, we are going to watch a little bit of this video.
Steeped in some of the darkest periods of history, broadly misunderstood, and used as an insult directed at, well, just about anybody who might have a different political opinion.
Fascism.
Fascist.
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 She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Fascism is a word as misunderstood as it is misused. Now, these hyperbolic politicians could almost be forgiven for not really knowing what they are talking about, because nobody really knows what they're talking about. George Orwell once wrote, "The word fascism has no meaning except insofar as it signifies something not desirable." Ian Kershaw has dedicated his life to being one of the world's pre-eminent researchers on the social history of Germany in the 20th century. And even he said that defining fascism is like trying to staple jelly to the wall. A hard and fast definition never existed in the first place, and even if it did, it has changed over time from an idealistic but ultimately flawed movement coming out of a continent going through some radical change into what it is today, which is just a bad thing that we really shouldn't do again. For most people, that may be all they need to know, but it does raise some uncomfortable questions like, has fascism just been rebranded? One of the reasons why just recklessly throwing the fascist label on anything with even a hint of authority is so dangerous is because for every characteristic that aligns with something like Nazi Germany or Mussolini's Italy, there will be a characteristic that doesn't. Just because something isn't strictly in line with the most prominent historical examples of fascism does not mean that it isn't fascism. And just because something isn't strictly fascism doesn't mean that it's safe. But okay then, what are some signs and symptoms you should ask your doctor about if you suspect you may have fascism developing in your country? And, well, if fascism really is so bad, why the f*** do Americans have Mussolini's universal symbol of fascism hanging up in front of Congress? In this day and age, if somebody calls you a fascist, that's probably not a good thing. But before some incidents in the mid-20th century, it was just a political movement like any other. Today, no serious political party would voluntarily brand themselves as fascists, but across Europe and North America back then, they were quite popular. In many ways, it was broadly considered less controversial than a lot of other types of politics at the time, especially socialist communism, which was also on the rise. Fascism was just branding. The Democrats aligned themselves with democracy, the Republicans with the Republic. Labour parties across the world use their name to signify their alignment with workers, and communist socialist parties with the ideas of socialism. So then, what about fascism? The etymology of the word comes from the Latin fasces, which is simply a bundle of sticks. The idea is that a single stick is easy to break, but a bundle of sticks, all aligned with one another, is remarkably strong. This simple little metaphor goes all the way back to Rome, which used a fasces with an axe to signify the state's power to punish its subjects. These are the exact same symbols that are displayed in front of Congress, and if you look closely enough, on the legs of Abraham Lincoln's memorial. The bundle of sticks has been a cultural icon throughout history. It was everywhere because it was a powerful, tangible demonstration of the benefits of unity. Obviously, this was something that governments throughout history wanted to encourage. Bundles of sticks for a long time were surprisingly important. They were the primary source of fuel for cooking and heat, so modern words stemming from them show up in more places than you might expect. Since this video is well and truly going to get demonetized anyway, a not so fun bonus fact for you is that the slur directed towards gay men also traces its origins back to these bundles of sticks as well.
He's right! Individually we are weak, like a single twig! But as a bundle we form a mighty
Anyway, the point is that in 1919, when Benito Mussolini reformed the Fascismo, which would later go on to become the National Fascist Party of Italy, the word itself and its iconography didn't have the branding problem that it does today. The idea of strength through unity was appealing to a lot of people in Europe, which...
Okay, we'll continue this another time I finish eating. But long story short is labels have just become that, labels. People have no, especially people who claim to be political savvy, they ironically are the least knowledgeable of what the labels they use mean. Oh yes, OP, now you know. Now you know. But anyway, where did we stop? Oh yeah, we stopped at the Arch video. It's a shame I do not have that picture of it on my PC. I should save it first. Let me just save an image on my PC first. All right. All right. Before I move on to it's still part of the entire topic, but before I move on, do you have any questions whatsoever? Do you have any questions on what we have witnessed, learned, or heard whatsoever so far? Good for now. No more questions, you're just full right now, alright? Oh yeah, Legachan asked something about Delirina post so Banmin doesn't lose her wholesome moment. Banmin insists on reading it every time. Let's see. All right. Back to this post that I made. You're starting to understand, right? How things have gotten as... If it is human for tolerances to have a hard limit. Even the most saintly of us will reach a point where we will lose our tolerance over something. If it happens enough of times and it happens too horribly. And I want to show you something. This is a screen cap of a discussion I've had with someone yesterday. This was a conversation I have had with someone yesterday. Let me find it. Oh my god, just thinking about it makes me so tired right now. Oh, just thinking about it has made me so tired right now. But I will just give a little bit of a context for you. I made this post. Oh, come on, just stop bugging on me. So remember, I made this post, lurkers. I made this post, which is the announcement for today's stream. And I got into this. This was my post. And the usual, a lot of people already started to... A lot of people have decided to have a bit of a discussion. All of them are very respectable discussions, except for one. Except for one. And this individual I have muted because I understood eventually that this person was not. I'll just show you what he posted anyway. So this was the post he made. I've already muted this person. God, you people are pathetic. Okay? So is this post, God, you people are pathetic. And why were we pathetic? Why was I pathetic? Why were we pathetic? This was the reason he called us pathetic. Let me close some. This. What abouting? I am pathetic because I have reacted to political violence very negatively. And I am pathetic because what about when Charlie Kirk said that? Alright. So I thought about this. God, you people are pathetic because I was very not happy with what I've witnessed on social media. And in a different post I made, he posted this. Don't mind me just posting Charlie Kirk saying that Patriots should become a midterm hero by bailing out the person to attack this guy. Alright. He wants to make it like that. He thinks it's enough of a gotcha for me to shut up. He does not know me well enough. So I made a post. A very long post. A very, very long post. I made a post that just so exactly right. Sakada exactly right as well. But I'll read this post I made, okay? Alright. Although you have called a lot of people pathetic, which he did, because there are a lot of people who are against political violence, at least you, unlike many others, have qualified with one, albeit overused, example. Let's talk about it. I would like to. I'm being as fair as I can to you, and I hope you will do the same to me. Spoiler alert, he was not being fair to me. He entered this argument not with the intention of understanding my point of view, but with the intention of trying to one-up me. So let's get started. So according to you, being upset at individuals cheering for the loss of life of someone over politics is a pathetic thing to do? Your main reasoning for why you call so many people pathetic is what abouting? Firstly, I do not understand why so many of you always resort to what abouting. This is also a question that I want to ask the lurkers right now on this stream, okay? Firstly, I do not understand why so many of you resort to what abouting. And it's ironic because right now, my ramble announcement is about directly tackling excuses for people to be as bad as the initiating party. Which includes whataboutism. Basically saying, oh, you are reacting badly to this person who lost their life. What about the other person who lost their life? You didn't seem to react to that. Firstly, people are human. Some things that make front and center in the news cycle, of course, people will see it and react to it. Others less so. But let's continue. My biggest question to you is, and it's a serious question, Are you approving and giving a lot of people your blessing to be as bad as the people who are making their lives miserable? That is completely justified and fine for them to abandon their virtues and principles and use some of the tactics that have been used. This was the implication. This is the implication. Because I am asking a serious question. Is it in any way justifiable for people to make exceptions to their principles if the people they are dealing with are those who want them losing their lives, to be made more miserable, or to have people targeting them violently? That was a serious question. It was a question that I did not answer just yet. But let's continue. This was the implication I was getting from him. So I am pathetic. I am pathetic for asking the question, or I am pathetic for not using these tactics. Since this is also another look how Charlie deserves losing his life excuse, I'm seeing so many people repost over and over again. It annoys me. And I've once again spent a few hours to dig and check for myself. So yeah, and I did dig and check for myself. It is from a Charlie Kirk October 21st, 2022 podcast, which I have linked in the comments. You all don't have to watch it. If you trust me enough, it is quite a painful watch as well because it's very long. Okay? And he spent an hour, roughly, talking about this situation, the whole Pelosi situation. An hour between the 9-minute mark to the 58-minute mark of this podcast. So I found this part. So let's read the excuse that they are using to justify his demise. This is Charlie Kirk smirking as he mocks and spreads lies about Nancy Pelosi's husband's attacker. His reaction wasn't an anomaly. The online right spread the lover lie. Do I have it? You know, I'll show you. I'll show you. It is the 1 minute. Oh yeah, the clip itself wasn't even a gotcha. That's the funniest part. That was even the funniest part. But I will. Do you want to watch the clip, or you already know what clip? Or have you watched the clip? You know what? Let's see if I can find. Can I find it? I don't even know if I can find it anymore. I don't want to unmute this guy just to see his clip. I'll find it. Okay, I'll find it. Hold on, I'll find it. I will go E.O. Halloran. I'll just go to the OP. I'll just go to the OP. Hold on. I'll just go to the OPN. Alright, so this was his...
New York Times.
Alright. Alright. Found it. Let me unmute this. Let me cover this.
I mean, I'm looking at Politico.com. I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at all these places, and there's a little bit of mention here. For example, Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link.
And the hypocrisy is shown again. Remember that Nancy Pelosi said what she just said earlier on in that Arch video? How our rhetoric should not be used against us when someone does violence on our behalf. A few years ago, they did exactly that.
Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home. Why are we to blame for that exactly? And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions. I wonder what his bail is. They're going after him with attempted murder, political assassination, all this sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying it. I think it's awful. It's not right.
Here we go.
But why is it that in Chicago, you're able to
If they were smart, they should have
midterm
cut
hero?
this part.
Someone
Yes,
should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions.
they should have stopped at the 1 minute mark. Even their own gotcha, this endowed individual should have cropped the video at the 1 minute mark. But his or her mistake. Let the video run a
I
little
wonder
too
what his
long.
bail is. They're going after him with
A little
attempted
too long.
murder, political assassination, all
Just
this
wait.
sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying it. I think it's awful. It's not right. But why is it that in Chicago, you're able to commit murder and be out the next day? Why is it that you're able to trespass, second-degree murder, arson, threat of public official, cashless bail? This happens all over San Francisco, but if you go after the Pelosi's, oh, you're let out immediately.
This EO should have completely cut out the last 30 seconds. Because this already adds so much context that completely destroys the entire narrative. It adds so much context that destroys this entire narrative. But let's go back. Let me go back. Okay, back to this post. And you know what? I should open the Charlie Kirk's podcast and I will show you the relevant context, okay? I will show it. It's not important if you trust me on this. If you trust me on what I'm about to say, it's not important, but I will feel like for posterity and for completeness sake, I will have the full live stream on for you to see as a reference. So it is this one. It is this live stream from Rumble. As I said, dated October 31st at 11:58 a.m. EDT. It was streamed and posted. Okay? Let's get started. So back to here. Since this is also another low how Charlie deserves losing his life excuse, I am seeing so many people repost over and over again. It annoys me once again, blah 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 blah. Okay? On the topic of the Patriot bailing the perpetrator at 53 minutes. He then added a follow-up point which indicates this Patriot's comment was to me sarcastic. I saw it as sarcastic. Maybe I am wrong. But with the entire 30 seconds after from even that 1 minute 30 second snippet, it shows to me that it was a sarcastic comment because it is used in conjunction with this. Because he says, why is it fine when the other side does it for years? In an apparent reference to cases such as, remember these were key cases that happened during 2022. Lucas, I want you to keep track of this. So wrong. I'll close this. Lucas, I want you to keep track of these cases. Okay? First case. Shannon Brand. Running over a teenage boy. Released on bail 2 days after the arrest at... Sorry, it was 50,000. Sorry, I mistyped. Is 50,000. 50K bail. 50K bail, sorry. He was released 2 days later on bail. Brand admitted that the killing was politically motivated. He did. As you can see here, man released after running over a teen he deemed a Republican extremist, court documents show. It happened a month prior to the podcast, which means it made news amongst the right-leaning sphere. It made news amongst the right-leaning sphere. It was reasonably big news because an adult, middle-aged man deliberately ran over, on his own admission, made a deliberate attempt to run over a teenage boy because he thought the teenage boy was a Republican extremist. Later, he made a plea bargain and only received 5 years prison. He pleaded guilty. By the way, he pleaded guilty, which means everything that was said about him, he admitted was correct. But because somehow the prosecution offered him a plea deal where he pleaded guilty, his murder conviction was reduced to a manslaughter conviction. And instead of life imprisonment, he received 5 years imprisonment. Because of a plea deal. So if I were Charlie Kirk and I saw this, would the 1 minute 30-second snippet be justified? The last 30 seconds, would it be justified? Another one. This one also happened a month ago. In September 2022. Another case of an axe-wielding man at New York City's McDonald's terrorizing innocent bystanders and vandalizing property with an axe. A hatchet and axe. Say what you want about it, it was a deadly weapon. He was released without bail. Also happened a month before that podcast, which means it was fresh in everyone's mind. And unfortunately now it has been memory hold. Another one, and this is the likely one he is referring to the most. The 2020 riots. Quite a lot of people lost their lives there, and we saw news about all of them, and it has been memory hold. One of them was an ex-police captain who just retired and lost his life. And it was a black man. So much for anti-racism, right? Where hundreds were apprehended but released within hours, the charges dropped wholesale. Politicians bragged about donating to a bail fund specifically to be used for rioters' release. This lasted to as late as early 2022. So you see this article. Escaping justice. Hundreds of rioters, looters, and vandals have charges dropped despite destruction from violent protests. And you see here, Biden staff donate to groups that pays bail for riot, told Minneapolis. New York Democrats redirecting contributions from police to bail funds. And I told that person who called me pathetic, since we're all in the mood for whataboutism, you wouldn't mind that I added this context, right? Also, there's a very small taste. Because this website only allows 4 pics, and it's true, X only allows 4 pics. I have a lot more examples. The Bike Lock Antifa. Silence. The guy who roundhouse kicked a woman. Silence. And with this added context, it at least looks to me. By the way, lurkers, this is my opinion. If you have a disagreement, if you have that disagreement with me, give me a counter argument and give me counter evidence. If not, shut up. It at least looks to me that Charlie was being sarcastic and making a backhanded jab against people who did bail out dangerous individuals who have killed, looted, terrorized, and committed arson. This was the worst. This was the worst. This was the worst. This was the worst during around that time of the Paul Pelosi incident. Let's continue. Alright, some additional info that may be relevant to that gotcha from this guy. From this guy, yes. Some relevant. So this is his claim. Charlie Kirk smirking as he mocks and spread lies about. His reaction was an anomaly. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue very slowly. Very slowly. I will show you certain snippets from his stream, okay? Don't take my word for it. I say Charlie repeatedly emphasized that he denounces violence and wishes for the target's recovery. Don't take my word for it. I'm sure there's a lot of Charlie Kirk haters still watching this stream, or they may be watching this VOD, and you might be so tempted to say, I am a Charlie Kirk fan. Stop before you say that. This is the first one.
So look, I wish him the best. I wish him a speedy recovery. No one should have to encounter that sort of violence. But if you're going to use that situation as a reason to then smear us, we're not going to put up with that.
Okay, that's the first part. 47:18.
Say, oh, please beat us, Democrats. Please just destroy us. The new conservative movement does not endorse political violence. We don't tolerate it. We don't put up with it. We denounce it. But we also take a pause and we say, the media is probably lying to us.
Okay, that's the second part. And then 53, 55.
Ask him some questions. I wonder what his bail is. They're going after him with attempted murder, political assassination, all this sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying it. I think it's awful. It's not right.
It's awful.
But
I think
why
it's
is it that in Chicago
right.
you're able?
We already saw this. We already saw it from the 1 minute 30 second snippet, so I won't waste your time. Last one, 58 minutes. And then this is just before he changed the topic.
Violence were a movement of peace and of love. Drug use and widespread vagrancy and degeneracy and public nudity. Open vagrancy. Or there's something very fishy going on with this story. And I want to reiterate for all the degenerates that are watching that cover our story.
Okay.
We do not endorse political violence. We're a movement of peace and of love and of truth. And we hope Paul Pelosi recovers.
There we go. So, back to this. What was this about? So, Juno, what was this about? Don't mind me just posting Charlie Kirk saying blah 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 blah. Bailing out the person who attacked Paul Pelosi. What was this about saying he was gloating about Paul Pelosi being attacked? What was this about saying? Not over, by the way. So the next point they covered, this guy covered, is spreads lies about the husband's attacker, and it's about the back then gay lover lie. And let's have a little bit of a summation. I have done my research. I have seen the court documents. And you know what is the funniest thing about it? The incident. This podcast was released on 30th October 2022, which is very close to when it happened. Before even the first batch of court documents and reports were dropped, the earliest of them were from January 2023. So what? Do you all see a problem here, Lurkers? Do you all know what the problem is, Lurkers, now? Do you know what the problem is right now, Lurkers? This account is implying that Charlie Kirk knowingly spread lies about the attacker, but this podcast happened on the 31st of October 2022. The first batch of court documents that even gives any semblance of facts happened January 2023. So, which means, hence it is only speculation that could be made prior to official documentation. No one knew what happened. You can accuse Charlie of making a stupid theory, but the fact remains. People could only make theories because nothing was out. Nothing was out. And in the benefit of hindsight, we now know what happened and the speculations were not true. But at that point in time, when it came out on the 31st of October 2022, everyone was speculating. And of course, when people like, your political enemies are going to use that against you, of course you will retaliate by counter-speculating. So, what did Charlie do wrong, other than making a possibly outrageous speculation theory? What did he do wrong? How can you accuse him of lying when he made it very clear it was all speculation, and when he posted that stream months before any official court documents even dropped, that even gave even a semblance of clarity on what happened on that day? This is such a stupid accusation to make. So, Lucas, I hope you understand that problem already. And now, because people like Juno, people like this one, thinks that I am not terminally online enough to do research on the internet and find out facts as they are. They are trying to push. They are trying to push a misrepresentation. It is stupid and it is shameless. This is why the Pak Chor so far can only resort to violence. because from my own observation, their attempts to engage in any form of argument is either lying, misrepresentation, omitting context, or insults. When you actually sit down and argue with a modern papchor, they will never argue with you back with that same amount of honesty, with that same amount of seriousness. From my understanding, their belief is that by virtue of us disagreeing with them, we are already bad people who do not deserve to be taken seriously. But we're not over yet, by the way. And just so you know from the court documents, this part, let me show you this part. What do you say?
Conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home.
At that point in time, and it has been confirmed by court documents that this individual, his name is DePape. I recall that his name is David DePape, and people have a clear understanding of his background. He was part of the San Francisco's nudist organization. He was also a pro-hemp activist, and he also made jewelry. Those were factually correct. The only thing that Charlie got wrong was that he was the silliest one. The gay narrative, yeah, basically. He got that wrong. And yes, he got it wrong. I'm not gonna say he's magically right. He got that wrong. But also, I read the court documents. I took some time to read a bit of the court documents. The perpetrator, according to the now known food court case, intended to kidnap the targets. So, someone mentioned apples to oranges, pancakes to waffles. I am not condoning any of this. I feel that any level of political violence is twisted and evil. But right now, yet young. Be fair to the situation and be fair to the facts. Okay? This Pelosi incident, the perpetrator only said he wanted to kidnap the targets. Kidnapped. And thankfully, he got caught, and all of the targets are alive. Thankfully. But did Charlie get that courtesy? Did Charlie Kirk get that same courtesy of being alive? Did the person who do the deed have any intention of not ending his life? Lucas, I don't think you need to be the most high IQ critical thinker to know that there is a difference. Do you? Do you feel that way? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I hope you are. an entire 58-minute video. An entire, from here, roughly at the 9-minute, roughly here, it starts here, and it ends all the way here. It ends all the way here. An entire hour of him talking about his viewpoints, talking about his speculations, talking about his opinions. They edited it to a 1-minute 30-second video. A 1-minute 30-second snippet. And even then, this 1-minute 30-second snippet was 30 seconds too long for, and he does not realize, 30 seconds too long for his narrative edit, and this Enda did not even realize it. Very good faith. Oh yeah, so good faith. So principled, so honest. So principled. Spare me. Ugh. Alright, before some of you are trying to pigeonhole me like you do with others, I do not watch Charlie Kirk, and I did not watch Charlie Kirk. The only closest that I watch is Tim Pool. I watched Tim Pool. And there are some of his podcasts where he invited Charlie Kirk in, and that's my only real exposure with Charlie Kirk. I don't watch his podcast. I do not really care about him, honestly. I do not care about his other than him saying we should resolve our differences through dialogue and peaceful talk, I don't really care about his opinions. Zenart. They shouldn't get the luxury of you having to explain your principleship as sale, but I want to obligate myself to explain my principles. It's for me. Zenar, if it is not for them, it's for me. Can you accept that? If it's for me. I want to remind myself that even at my most low tolerance state, hey Bammy, I think I just came up with a new fallacy: guilt by watching someone, kind of like guilt by association. What do you think? And that's not what I was thinking. I'm just thinking that I'm trying to insinuate, I'm trying to emphasize the point is that you do not need a right-winger to defend Charlie Kirk. That is my point. I'm trying to point this out to them. I know they won't understand it, but for those who do, I want them to know. I want them to know that this level of behavior is unacceptable by any political stances. I want to make it clear to them. A Buddhist leftist moderate can say the exact same thing. Charlie Kirk did not deserve to lose his life, and people who are mocking his death and asking for more people to be targets are evil. That is universal. Not only right-wingers are saying that, but even other leftists. That is the point I am making. But anyway, I am sickened by the posts I've been seeing every minute, even till today, lurkers, even till today. cheering for the deaf and seeing deaf DTs sent to everyone. Some of my mutuals, whom I know are definitely not. They're either not Christian, not conservative, and neither of both. They're just innocent bystanders, seeing a political assassination and being outraged and shocked by it. That was their only crime, saying this is wrong. Yes, Ramon, you're correct. They are coming out and saying this is wrong. And because they say this is wrong, the Papcho, the extreme Papcho, will say, you shouldn't say that. Maybe it could happen to you. You tell me right now with a straight face that is the words of someone who is moral and good. Tell me with a straight face. Yes, Wispy, just because I have titled my topic and themed my topic about whether at times do we make exceptions for our principles, I feel like it is a cursed sword. To abandon your principles is like using a sword that drains a part of your humanity every time you use it. There are some times that perhaps the blue moon times, perhaps the extreme emergencies when your loved ones are under threat, when your friends are being attacked, when you are being threatened directly, perhaps those are the times that you will have to think it has to be done. You do not do it with glee, you do not do it with joy, you do not do it with happiness, but you do it because you are defending those you care about, you are defending your friends, you are defending yourself. That is a point I want to make. So, there are just many innocent bystanders appalled by the violence. They were targeted. Like I said, I had to take quite a bit of time to dig and find his specific podcast and understand exactly his points and what he said. I just want to put a lid on this to make sure people don't shove this to my face over and over again. And that's true. I want to show you, since I've muted this account, I have decided to screen cap my conversations. I've managed to screen cap my conversations. Left to right, top to bottom. Hold on, I'm going to drink something. Give me a short second. Alright. We are just it's still the same topic, Zero. It's still the same topic. You are, other than examples, I have not changed topic. Alright, let's get started. So I made this post. This is, as you already know, this is the initial post talking about the stream, today's stream. Then you say, God, you people are pathetic. So this was my response that I showed you here. This one. This was the response. Alright, you have a lot of blah blah. I made the post here. This was the direct response to him. So he responded to me. He's saying that... Let's see if I can unmute. I don't want to unmute his post. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It is not worth it. I think the screen caps are good enough. But basically his response was, you are pathetic not because of what I'll loosely quote what he says, okay? This is a subsequent response, but he made a response to this initial post of mine that X has decided to hide already because I decided to mute him. Of course, this is a bit distracting. He said something along the lines of, I called you pathetic because you're abandoning your principles. No whataboutism is necessary. And my response was, I was just asking a question of whether I should. I was just asking a question of whether should principles ever be banned for the most biggest series of emergencies. That was basically what I was saying, okay? And then he already said it, and then he replied with this. What principles do you believe in? So far you vaguely hand-waved at principles existing but haven't said what principles have been abused by the evil leftists. Yes. Juno, yes. The Pak Chor are evil. I do not say this happily and I do not say this willingly. But from what I have seen over the past few days, the posts, the videos, the TikToks, everything, yes, I can say with some level of certainty the Pak Chor who are cheering for Charlie's death and are threatening other people are evil. I do believe so. I do believe so, and you struggle to change my mind on that. But let's continue. So you admit you don't even know what my principles are, then how are you able to assume whether I have abandoned them? Till now, I was still asking proper questions from him. Actually, I would say the entirety of this interaction I've had with this individual, I did my best to answer honestly. It was not a pleasant conversation. Okay? This is the part that started to really spiral things out. And it was a very interesting mindset. A most interesting mindset. Only those who have abandoned their principles in some part or plan to do so begin talking about whether or not they should do so. Lurkers, do you see a problem with this? Lurkers, by chance, do you see a problem with this? So, what he's saying is, the fact that I asked these questions up here, the fact that I merely asked these questions, means that I have already been guilty. That is his argument. Only those who have abandoned the principles of some power plan to do so begin talking about whether or not they should do so. Which means I haven't. 1, he does not know my principles, and 2, I'm asking a question, and by asking a question, I have therefore been rendered guilty. So is pre-crime and thought crime. That is my observation of his point. Are you really want to start crying thought crime? It's true though, Juno, it is completely true. What you are saying is because I dare to ask the question, therefore I am already guilty. I did not do anything. I did not say anything. I did not condone anything. I merely asked the question. And you indicted me on that. That is what you are doing as a matter of fact. It is not my opinion, it is what you are doing. And this is where things start to get very weird. Very, very weird. And you will know what I mean. So I don't really want to start crying about thought crime, but I digress. I don't care what labels you give it. My point is that your belief in your principles either never existed or was incredibly weak. Show me this very cropped out reaction of mine, where I say people have gotten too comfortable with spouting evil. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. This was the follow-up. This was the initial one. I'm so sorry, I got jumbled up. So, a bit of a correction on my part. The bottom part is the initial response I got from the Charlie Kirk analysis. And this top part, until this screen cap they showed of me, is the second part of the discussion. So, let's start over again. I'm actually calling you pathetic for abandoning your morals, because if you can do so easily, you never truly help them know what aboutism involved. What have I said in the original post that you replied to that indicated I have abandoned my morals? Straightforward question. Under what situation should principled people realize they need to make exceptions? Should they make exceptions? And my response: thank you, Trumpet, for the gifted. I am very grateful for that. Bad company, go thank Trumpet. So asking a legitimate question which I actively invite a discussion is abandoning my morals? Sounds to me you are just creating a straw man of what you think I say and proceeded to attack it. Out of curiosity, do you believe in the same principles as I do? Then we went to this response, what principles you believe in, blah 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 blah. Until here, okay? So I noticed weird things happening the moment he did this. I asked a very simple question. Why did you crop out the most important part where I am expressing disgust and opinion over a woman saying that Charlie's loss of life was not enough, wife and children should be next? You are lecturing me about principles, but here you are omitting material information. You are telling me this is not evil? So this is my response, because I found it extremely odd, and I'll explain you why it's odd, that this person decided to crop out the entire context. Very odd. Oh, this is gonna get funny. Anyway, so basically saying that I cropped out what was irrelevant. His response to this was, why should I not crop out something that is irrelevant? Then, in my opinion, I say, no, it was plenty relevant. Because the woman in question was calling for the violent acts to be done against someone's wife and children. That is textbook incitement to violence. And if it wasn't relevant, why cut it out? And you'll find out soon enough why I made that point. And he still doubles down. He still doubles down. It just objectively, the the audacity of using the word objectively. It just objectively wasn't relevant because my point had nothing to do with the content of the video. Why? Why? You're basically accusing me of... You're basically accusing me of... accusing this woman of doing a thought crime. That was your point. I call you out for going thought crime on me because the fact that I asked a question means I'm guilty. And you made it about this. How are you going to compare it? How do you compare? How do you compare me asking whether there are extreme examples where principles have to be bent versus a woman literally saying someone's wife and child has to meet the same fate as the man himself? How are they the same? That's why I say it's plenty relevant. Why should I have included it if it's irrelevant? By this logic, you should be screenshotting entire threads where you upload. He does not know the hole he's digging himself into. So I was not at this point I was not in the mood to be too amicable already. He made very suspicious actions. He did very suspicious things. So I will keep quote posting him, using his opinions against himself. So my response to this is, so incitement to violence, which is an actual crime in most all countries in the world because it is a call to action for people to commit violence towards a specific individuals, the inciter targets, is objectively not relevant when you are trying to say, if I am against thought crimes, what about me reacting to a woman who calls for someone to lose lives? And even if the original context is irrelevant as you claim it is, readers, if they believe you and agree that it's irrelevant, they can disregard the context. It does not matter. People have brains, they have eyes. Also, why deliberately hide it? I know for a fact you did, and you know why. Your screen cap was made. Why deliberately hide it? I know for a fact you did, and you know why. Your screen cap, this is from personal experience. Your screen cap was made using a mobile phone. Formatting and the X logo customary to mobile is extremely apparent. There is no ambiguity that this Juno individual was on the phone and screen capped my post. No ambiguity at all. And speaking from experience, it's extremely hard to crop a screenshot till it's that narrow. That is from my experience. When you screen cap something so narrow, it will stop you. It will stop you. The lengthwise, it will stop you until you crop the height. The cropping of the height will stop at some point of a screen cap. So you have to crop the width as well to compensate. So, and it takes at least a minute or two. It takes at least a minute or two, enough for it to be effort. Enough for it to require effort to do it. So my question then is, The easiest step is to just post the entire screen cap. It takes mere seconds. Definitely you would have prioritized making it easier for yourself if you thought the context was objectively irrelevant. Why did you do that? And guess what his response was? Is objectively not relevant to my point. Yes, my point is not about whether or not this person was espousing violence, about you accusing. Excuse me, did you not read? This person did not read. This person chose not to read. Really chose not to read. So this person got into an argument with a lot of other lurkers and bystanders until this happened. He became too honest. He became too honest. With this statement right here, I've been lying in bed chuckling at right-wing stupidity, so I'm hardly losing my shit. This was in response to two other people. Because one of them are saying you keep replying to every single person who has been talking to you. You are obviously losing your patience or you are getting delirious. So this was his response. I've been lying in bed chuckling at right-wing stupidity. And right-wing stupidity, so I'm hardly losing my shits. And I got to this point. Remember, Lucas? The outrage is not just from right-wingers. The outrage is not just from right-wingers. It is this. These are the people who are outraged. These are the people who are outraged. Every single part here, from here down to here, they are all outraged. So no, it's not just right-wingers. And so this was my response. I quote again because I have zero chill at this point. Why are you chuckling over people reacting to the death of someone and the wholesale sending of DTs and incitement to end people's lives? This is not a partisan issue. Like I said, this is not a partisan issue. What is so funny about that? What is so stupid about people being upset? And he finally ripped off his mask. He finally ripped off his mask with this banger of a response. I don't care if people laugh about a crappy person's death, nor do I care if they call for Matt Walsh or J.K. Rowling's loss of life. The mask comes off, and at that point in time I knew. Exactly like what Arch said. To us, it's about principles. To them, it's about using our principles against us. It was never about principles for them. It was only about politics. They finally admit. I just had to ask a few very pointed questions and they willingly handed me their honest, true opinions on a silver plate. I was not having a good time with this talk. But what made me glad is that I managed to unmask someone for a lot of people to see. That is worth it to me. That is worth it to me. Otherwise, this person would continue in every other post, every other tweets on X, pretending to have principles and a moral high ground. I ended that. This person cannot lecture about principles anymore. Never. They have lost the right to lecture about principles. And because I saw this, I realized my work here is done. Time to mute this person and move on. But next time you see this Juno F46, this is all educational purposes, by the way, lurkers. I will not stoop to the level of people like Juno, never. So I will say this up front, all of this is for educational purposes, for your information and for your awareness. If you see people like this, who behave in such a way, realize that to them it's not about morality or principles, it's just about winning. Okay. So yeah, I don't even know whether our little discussion, but just so you all know, lurkers, what is my core principle? Because this person pretends to not know what my core principle is. My principle is, I guess my principle makes things a bit more I don't want to say flexible, but my core principle is simple. Do unto others what you want others to do unto you. At the core of it, that is all I care about. I want people to treat me kindly with respect. So in turn, I try my hardest to treat people kindly and with respect. I don't want people to silence me and censor me for my opinions. So in turn, I don't want people to be silenced and censored for their opinions. But if there are people who are calling, here's what makes me a hypocrite, okay? Here's what makes me a hypocrite, okay? I think it makes me a very odd form of a hypocrite. But like I say, do unto others what they want others to do unto you. But the problem is that when I see these posts about people wishing for others to lose their lives, posting about how I want you to lose your life, how I want her to lose their life, I want him to lose their life, I want all of them to lose their life, or something like that. That may be the case, but on the flip side, I do not want them to lose their lives. The people who call for that. If they lose their jobs for those things, I do not care. But I do not want them to lose their lives over that. So that makes me a hypocrite to an extent, I guess. The worst I would ever even contemplate for people like those is they get prison time. Because that is not what normal people should behave like. So it's back to this whole talk about principles. And Rina, can you please shut up? Rina, shut up. Oh. I'm so tired now. We have went through quite a lot on this part. So do I have a clear answer to all of this? Do I have a clear answer to all of this? To all of this that has been said and done? I think at the end of the day, in my opinion, at the end of the day, in my opinion, I'm still conflicted. I'm still conflicted. But less conflicted. Because I have seen some people, so many people actually, abuse. They use and they abuse. They use and they abuse over and over and over again the moralities, the values and the virtues of better people. Now, I told you the story of my friend. Like I told you that story of my friend who has a goddaughter. The child, now a grown-up adult, never for one moment was there not an abuse of my friend. Emotionally, primarily. So much lies. So much lip service, so much promises that I will be good, you are a kind woman, I will be good for you. So much lies. Until now, still soft-hearted as ever, still keeps this person in the household, even though there is a temple with a place open for people like that. But no, the kindness and the principle still held on. on one hand is very admirable, on the other hand it's agony. On one hand, really, but I guess that is a matter of but that is personal. That is personal, I guess. If it's personal and it's memories of old friends, there is a level of sentimentality that keeps the principles alive even in the wake of an emergency or in the wake of absolute futility. And now right now I'm rambling already, and you're probably getting bored of me rambling. So, under what situation should people realize they need to make an exceptions? Let's go back to this again. Under what situation should people realize they need to make exceptions? Now this may be my opinion, but I've said before, when the livelihood, the lives, the well-being of those you care about, you yourself personally, your friends, your family, everyone, are being at risk because there are certain people who do not share the principles that you have, are making your life dangerous, making your life threatening. I think at that point in time, consider the exceptions to your principles as a cursed sword. They need to use it as a cursed sword, not one you wield with happiness, not one you wield with glee, but one you wield with absolute reluctance. Once you use it, and once the legitimate use for it is gone, you bury it deep again. My principles are very simple and very straightforward. Like I said, treat people the way you want to be treated. It is a very simple principle. I want everyone to treat me well, so I treat others the best I can, with the mutual respect that I can reasonably muster for them. And if they do not meet me with that level of mutual respect, as you can probably see, lurkers, I will let go. I will let go. When it has become a work of futility, I will let go. Like with that person who exposed his true feelings, that he just wants other people he does not like to lose their life. I let go. I mute it. But suffice to say, a lot of Westerners, a lot of right-wingers, maybe a lot of moderates and centrists, and even moderate leftists, they go specific with their principles. For better or worse, they go specific with their principles. And one of their principles is free speech, being against cancel culture in all forms. And this is a question for them. This is a question for them. Should they make exceptions to their more narrow principles, such as being for free speech and being against cancel culture? And these are the specific people that the Pak Chor are targeting, are abusing. Those who consider to be against cancel culture and for free speech, they're using those principles against them to protect themselves from their own bad actions. Like I say, it is a cursed sword. Use it only when you absolutely have to. And in my opinion, absolutely have to is when you have Pak Chor posting on Blue Sky, posting on X, posting on Reddit, posting on TikTok, saying that people deserve to lose their lives for their politics, and more people are next on the chopping block. I think that is a proper example of an exceptional situation. So in this regard, personally, on my personal capacity, I don't think I will call for the cancellation of different people, but I will not stop talking about the bad actions that they do. If others want them to be cancelled, for them to lose their jobs, I cannot say that I pity those who will lose their jobs over remarks like this. I cannot say that. I will be lying to you if I say that. So what will I keep doing? I want to be clear with what I think I should do, okay? I want to be clear with what I think I should do. Oh, damn it, my PowerPoint. This is for me personally, so take it or leave it. This is for me personally, as a personal guide, what I think I should do. I will keep spreading awareness. People like Juno, people like Destiny, people like Hassan, people like that woman who calls for a woman and her children to be put in danger. People like those, I will keep talking about them, I will keep posting them, and I will keep having my opinions about them. That will not change. But what I will not do is I will not stoop to their level. Never. I will never do that. And if you lurkers ever see me do that one day, if it ever happens, touch wood, call me out on it. Please. Please. Never call for violence, doxing, harass. Never call for violence, doxing, or threats. But on the flip side, I will have no pity for those who get their careers in danger for their dangerous rhetoric. And we have seen examples of what I mean by dangerous rhetoric. Unlike the pak chor, I know exactly what I see as a dangerous rhetoric. I know exactly. So no one can accuse me of being vague. I know exactly what is dangerous rhetoric, and dangerous rhetoric is simple. A group of people are deemed evil, bad, or disgusting, and any means necessary they should be removed. That is a dangerous rhetoric. Very dangerous. So those will be my hard limits. Anything outside of these hard limits? I will partake in if I feel it's necessary. So I will never stop quote toasting the evils of others for as many people as possible to see. And if someone or a large group of people decide to use the pak chor's weapons against them, as in cancel culture, I will not shed a tear for them. I will not. I believe in karma. I believe that the evil you do unto others will have a proportionate amount of evil done back to them. I wouldn't even call it proportional amount of evil done back, proportional amount of retribution done back to them. It does not have to be life-threatening. It does not have to be physical violence. It can be losing a job. It can be being shunned by their own community. It can be having their own fans, followers, and communities turn their backs on them. Anything like that. It can even be bankruptcy, loss of jobs, or just complete failure in every single projects or acts that they conduct. Karma does not necessarily mean violence and loss of life. And let's be honest, in most cases, the type of karma where the evildoer does not lose their life is more of a bigger lesson for them than if they just lost their life, touch wood. So I will never believe that karma in this circumstance involves losing life. This is why whenever you watch, imagine this story, watch any show you recall. Any show you recall where there's a clear good guy and a clear bad guy. The bad guy is so evil, and at the climax of the movie, you always feel like at the climax of the movie, the bad guy dies in a sudden explosion, or he dies instantly in the movie. And you were like, oh my god, already? He needs to. There's the feeling that he deserves the worst type of feeling. Do y'all get that feeling when you watch certain movies, lurkers? When you watch a certain movie or you watch a certain drama series, anything, the villains in those shows are so bad that when it reaches the climax and it just suddenly they're just killed. They're just killed off in the movie. Quickly, so quickly. It's like, let me think of one perfect example. Commander Shepard. No, not Commander Shepard. What's that guy? What's that guy's name from Call of Duty 2? What is that what is that Call of Duty 2 guy who became a villain at the end there? What was his name? I can't remember his General Shepard, yes. General Shepard. Yes, General Shepard. I remember playing Call of Duty 2 and General Shepard, I really hated him as a character. And at the end, when you're playing as Soap, no, you're not playing as Soap, you're playing as, Soap. You're playing as Soap. And you were pulling that knife out from your chest, and you were about to throw the knife at General Shepard. At the end, at the climax part, when he was beating up Captain Price. And you threw it at his, well, we remember the ending. And I was thinking, he got it so easy. He got it so easy. Instantly. I feel that this is the same that I have. Modern Warfare 2, yes, Modern Warfare 2. Yes, not Call of Duty 2. Call of Duty 2 was another really nice show. But seriously, I've thought to myself, he deserves more repercussions and more retribution and more accountability for the evil he has done. And this is the same view that I have with all these people who post on the social medias, cheering for death and calling for more people to be targeted. I feel that fair karma to them is not for them to lose life. Fair karma to them is for them to get the proper accountability that they deserve. Whether it's losing their job, whether it's losing their business, whether it's for their family to denounce them, to disown them, whatever it is, whether it's for their friends to realize how bad of a person they are and to never associate with them again, those are the type of karma that, in my opinion, are the ones that stick to the people who do wrong. And maybe one day, when they face enough of that karma, they understand where they have gone wrong. Death is not the answer for this type of people. Touch wood. So yeah, that is all. That is my opinion on all of this. That is all. Karma is harsh. Karma can be overwhelming. It can be painful. But at the end of the day, I would like to think that karma is fair and merciful in certain cases. So yeah, I don't know if my opinion has been clearly expressed, but do y'all have different interpretations to this question? Do y'all have different interpretations to this question? Any absolutists, for instance, those who feel that under no circumstances principles should be bent. Under zero circumstances. Any one of you think that? Even if the person is a direct threat to those you care for or to you, anyone who still feels that their principles should not be banned even after that. Out of curiosity. I say in this case, for those who abide, I think most relevantly are those who abide by free speech and cancel culture. For those who abide by free speech and oppose cancel culture, those two specific principles. I'm talking about those people who abide by those two specific principles. And I actually agree with you to an extent as well, Sakana. Because at the end of the day, let's show you a little bit of an inconvenient fact. Let's show a bit of an inconvenient fact for a lot of Pak Jo who are calling for, what about free speech? What about cancel culture? Let's get to this. At the end of the day, two things. I will show you two things. This is one of them. Hold on, let me find the other one. It is extremely important. So this is the first one. Now I'll show you the other one. There we go. There we go. First one. The US Criminal Code 373. Solicitation to commit a crime of violence. For instance, that lady. We showed the video of that lady. Firstly, incitement to violence is a crime. Secondly, according to the precedent of Brandenburg versus Ohio, 395 US 444, 1969, a state may not forbid speech advocating the use of force or unlawful conduct unless this advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. This is the criminal code, and this law is the exception to the First Amendment. So in the case of this, yes, it's not in my opinion, in my humble opinion, it is not covered by the First Amendment. So to an extent, I agree with you, Sakana. Firstly, it is not protected by the First Amendment. Therefore, it is a valid crime to be prosecuted on. So, at the end of the day, I got a bit of clarity. Some clarity, actually. There are a lot of cases where it does not even, principles do not even apply. There are so many posts over the past few days where the principles of free speech do not even apply. That yes. But let us just say, for argument's sake, are there anyone who actually do believe in this? The whole idea of no exceptions whatsoever. Out of curiosity. Out of curiosity, is there anyone in the chat right now who believes in the absolutist approach? As in, no exceptions whatsoever. Against cancel culture unconditionally, for freedom of speech unconditionally, out of curiosity. I don't think there are. But I think good. And I honestly do think that the best principles to have are not the... Well, I think the best principles to have are ones that keep you grounded as a moral and decent person. But they should not be absolutes as to turn you into the good guy who does nothing. That is my opinion. So yes, I do agree. Do not deal with absolutes. And I'm about to go out Star Wars on this stupid thing, but that'll be cringe. So yes, Lurker-chan, 10 years ago it was easier to be absolutist. But not now. Not now. When people had mutual respect, it was easier to be absolutist, but now it's a completely different situation. I think what we can go back to, another thing that I want to, maybe we still have a few more minutes of this chat. So what we can go to is one more interesting thing I want to show. Let me see. For those who say, those who do still have an absolutist perspective of this, for those who still have an absolutist perspective of this, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I think with this understanding, things can change quite a lot. I'm sorry for making this stream more complicated than it needs to. Well, I'm sorry for making this stream more complicated, but I feel it needs to be. When we're talking about principles, we're talking about the top of the pyramid. Self-actualization, personal growth, moral development, purpose-driven action. Oh my god. It's really starting to get very complicated now, isn't it? I was not expecting this either. It's starting to get really, really complicated to talk about principles. But I personally would believe that principles will remain entrenched into a person's psyche, a normal, decent person's psyche at the first tree. This is my opinion. Love and belonging, when they're threatening, I would say, yeah, love and belonging, that's fine. Yes. That's correct, yes, that's correct. Love and belonging, esteem and self-actualization, that is where principles are allowed, in my opinion, allowed to be entrenched into a person's mind. The moment it becomes safety and physiological needs, that's when I think principles start to be bent. I wouldn't want to say crumble, but I would say be bent. When someone is throwing you into the streets to face the cold, to face the heat, to face the disease, to face starvation, to face poverty. And this is another very sad thing. I'm reminded, see you Mo-chan. Thank you, grateful that you got to be here for so long. Take care of yourself. Anyway, the part of physiological needs, I want to tell you another sad story, and this is a true story because it is based on the sociology of mainland China after Mao Zedong. Okay? Do you ever notice whenever, I certainly do, when we meet mainlanders, there are some who are extremely unscrupulous, who only focus on getting as much money from you as possible while giving you a subpar product. Do you ever get that impression? Do you ever get that impression? I'm asking a question like this. Do you ever get that impression? Those like the Chinese from mainland. For instance, you see all this Temu, you see all this Wish, you see all these items being listed online, and then they're promising this and they're promising that. For instance, the laptop battery, and when you buy the battery and it gets sent to you, the battery doesn't work, or the product is faulty, or the thing is poorly made, or it just breaks the moment you touch it. Do you understand that when you're doing business with mainland Chinese? Can you Beckers, can you please answer the question? Because it's relevant to a story that I'm about to tell you. It is a very relevant. You don't have to go to China. You don't have to. I'm talking about, have you interacted? Whether it's on Temu or Wish or any of those websites. Okay. Now here we go. Enough of you understand what I'm talking about, so I'm going to go through with you all. One of the things that I am a Chinese as well, but one of the things that we have noticed when we are dealing with the Chinese from mainland, the Dailok, as people would say, is that there is a level of unscrupulousness from our interactions with them. And also, there was this whole part in Red Dead Redemption 2, the online. There's no really anything to do in there, but people still use cheats to make other people's lives miserable and to win, which was very stupid. So, it goes back to this Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Over the decades during Chairman Mao's control of mainland China, and during the Great Leap Forward and during the Cultural Revolution, the population was faced with some of the most shocking and horrifying levels of poverty imaginable. So imagine Maslow's hierarchy of needs again. They were at here, they were down here. They couldn't even meet their physiological needs, let alone anything else above. And it was because of that. It creates such a huge butterfly ripple effect that even till now can still be felt. When me as a non-mainlander does business with a mainlander. Okay? Does business, whether it's buying something from them or doing work with them or building projects, whatever have you. Because they were at such a state of poverty and suffering, it has made them abandon a lot of their principles customary to Chinese culture, namely Buddhism and Confucianism. Confucianism is where the idea of do to others what you want others to do to you. Buddhism as well talks about compassion, kindness, and being fair to people. But because they live years of their life in subsistence, which means even below the physiological needs, they have abandoned principles. And it will take a long time for them to regain it back. It's not something that can just be reacquired in a short span of time. So, when you are struggling to even have food on the table, have a shelter protecting you from the wind and the cold, the rain and the heat. When your clothing are in tatters and the water is dirty, do you have the luxury of principles then? This is a serious question. It becomes a free-for-all. Life is like a battle royale. It's either you or them. And this is why it's very sad, and I do not blame the mainland population at all. I am also Chinese, and to an extent, we all miss mainland. We all ultimately at one point or another came from the mainland, but still, it is very sad. It is extremely sad. Because I think there are still a lot of people in the mainland who internalized what it felt to be at the bottom of the pyramid. even as their life got better, it's something that you can't just let go just yet. And it probably will be that case for a few generations, unfortunately. But then on the flip side, you have people like Vosh. You have people like Destiny, you have people like Hassan, who are always at the top of the pyramid. They never have a single want in their life. They never have to worry about... It tells you about the type of people they are at the end of the day. Okay? On this side, these are the two types of people. Okay, Lurkers, these are the two types of people who will wholesale abandon any form of principles. Okay? First ones are those who are at the bottom of physiological needs. Those who struggle to stay alive for one extra day. It is you or them. And in that circumstance, although it is bleak and it is grim and it is horrible to imagine, it is all they have. That is one side. And on the top side, at the peak, at self-actualization, you have people living in the lap of luxury in America, in Europe, in Australia, wherever, never having to worry about food even a day in their life, having an air-conditioned room during the summer and a heated room the peak of winter, having their computer, their luxury electronics, playing their video games every day when they want to, streaming and making money out of it. And surprisingly, they have no principles, comparable to someone who is living in a subsistence situation. In fact, I've seen people who have subsistence levels of lifestyle still holding on to some principles. And you have these rich people at the lap of luxury like Destiny, like Hassan, like Vosh, like every other Antifa account, like every other socialist done right, socialist done left account, every airbagged account having zero principles of their own. So, like I said, this is a very complicated topic. It is so complicated that I don't even know whether we can actually have... I don't think we will ever have a clear-cut answer for this. But what I do know for now is there are evil people. What I do know for now is that there are evil people. And evil people needs accountability for their actions. Evil people who do evil needs accountability for their actions. To have their actions be made aware by everyone who even has a smidgen of morality in themselves. Just because you have principles does not mean you have to be a doormat. It's easier to hold to your principles while starving than when enemies are trying to abuse them. That is correct, to an extent as well. like I say, if I have an opinion about all of the right-wingers who are finally using the Papjaw's tactics against them, as in cancel culture, calling up people's workplaces, getting them fired, and all of that, instead of me saying I'm against this on principle, no, I will ask the question, what have they said? Because I do not believe in an absolute principle, especially when it comes to free speech and cancel culture. My principle, as always, is I want people to treat me the way I treat them. I don't want to be silenced, so in turn I won't silence people. But on the flip side, I don't want to be threatened by people, and thereby I will not ever threaten someone. But if someone decides to threaten me or people I care about, I will use my it is fair to use that specific principles within reason. So yes, the calling for firings and the calling for sackings, the calling for being laid off, all of that, I cannot say I particularly sympathize with the people who are affected right now. Because I've seen what they posted. I would never do such a thing. And I would hope that no one with even a lack of morality or decency would ever do such a thing. But here we are. There are people who do such a thing, and I think they need to be made example of. And even till now, I'm looking at right-wingers all across social media who are calling for all these people to be fired. I've never seen those high-profile right-wingers, or even many right-wingers for that matter, other than a few trolls, which inevitable there are a few trolls, but all of those who are proper right-wing accounts, I've never seen them go past "I want you fired." I've never seen anyone go to the levels of "I want you to be violently attacked or you lose your life." I've not seen that yet. And I hope I'll never have to see that. So far, the worst I have seen is "I want you fired." And let's be honest, compared to the other side who says I want you targeted and your life threatened, that is a leniency. That is a leniency. By comparison, the leftists have it so much easier. The Papjaw, sorry, not the leftists, I'm trying to make except. Because I've seen a lot of leftists who are against the violence and the good for them. The Papjaw have it so easy. Because even right now, at their enemy's most enraged state, they still haven't gone as low as them. Alright, one more thing. It is a legal mindset video. Let's have a look. I want to find a legal mindset video because he talks about if there's any Americans here. I think 15 minutes. I'll just let you watch the 10-minute one. This is for the Americans who are getting threatened online. So I doubt Kershaw is watching this, but she probably already knows. She is getting threats online. Madam Savvy, she probably already knows. But for those other Americans who have called out the violence and in turn they have Pak Chor sending them threats of such, this is for you.
Online threats should be reported to OSHA. I've talked about that in a previous video in the post-Charlie Kirk era, particularly as people are glorifying violence and also making future death threats, threatening other people. These things need to be reported. I talked about the importance of reporting them through OSHA and that mechanism. And following that, I had some calls on a how-to. People wanted me to go through the form and show them how to submit that. So I said, hey, let me do a quick video for you guys. I'm on vacation, but I have time to do a quick video to help everyone out. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Now, I don't have a PowerPoint for you today, but I have the actual form online. And this is something I will put the link in the description to the video. I'll also pin it in a comment so you can have it there and you can spread this out and give this as sort of a little bit of a helpful hint. The form is very, very easy to fill out. It's not very complicated, but I want to just go through it and give you some kind of examples here so that you have a starting point. Of course, as always, this needs to be based on a factual, credible threat, a credible factual incident. This is not something you should be doing to create a false incident or anything else. In fact, I'm going to show you at the bottom of this form, there is a punishment for any false reports. So this must be on a genuine case where you have reasonable fear for your safety in the workplace based on a situation that's going on online. So let's talk about this now and let's get right into this. So first of all, the form starts out here. This is the OSHA online complaint form. It's under osha.gov/form/OSHA7. You can get to it directly from that link. You have, here you go, an emergency notice. Do not report an emergency using this form or email. To report a fatality or imminent life-threatening situation, call the toll-free number. So you have that right there. This is not, once again, you know, if there's something that is meeting those criteria, you'd go there. But for most of the online threats, the things we're talking about today, that's something you'd want to use this form because it's, while it is important, it isn't quote unquote what they would call imminent. However, if there is something imminent, whereas somebody says, hey, I'm going to go today to, do something, you need to report that to law enforcement and also call this number, the imminent number on OSHA. So let's go in here. I just picked a random establishment name of Switch that has no resemblance to any existing company at all whatsoever. So you got to put their name in there and put that accurately. Make sure that is the accurate business name. That is not the slang. It's not, what you call it on the streets. This is the actual legal business name, the establishment name. You put the site address. I just put a sample one here, 350 Gore Street, California, San Francisco. So state, obviously it's easy. City, obviously it's easy. Zip code 94104. And once again, random stuff that has no resemblance to anything at all in existence. A mailing address, if it's different from this location, maybe it's a headquarters that has a different location, you plug that in there. Then you want to put the management official. This should be the top person that you can get to. I just picked one, Tom Clancy here, right? Let's just pretend that's a person that's in charge. Let's say that the CEO or the head manager. You do not, and I repeat, do not want to put HR here. Do not put the HR official. Go above that. Look at your corporate organization chart. Find out maybe who's your department head at a very least of your actual department, or even go above that, C-suite, CEO, CFO, CMO, somebody who has real authority in the company to make real changes. That's who you want there. Put the telephone number either of the business or the management official and the type of business. I just plugged in media company, pick something at random right there. For the hazard description, this is what people have been really asking me about. This is something that is very, very important because you need to make sure you're describing what happens. I know if you look this up online, there are complaints you can file with very minimal description, right? You could file with almost nothing in the description. Yes, but I think more is better, but keep it brief. Keep it to a sentence or two, right? maybe 3 sentences. That's perfectly fine, right? You could say, hey, I saw a online threat. You've got up to 4,000 characters, but you can keep it relatively brief. That's fine. If you need more detail, go into as much detail as possible. But you can say, hey, this threat existed on LinkedIn, Reddit, Discord, TikTok, Blue Sky, any of the places where this thing might exist. And this threat, and you can describe it. You can say exactly what was said. Say, put myself and others in fear for our safety in the workplace. I would include that phrase exactly. Put myself and others, my coworkers, at fear of our safety in the workplace. That's the magic words. It's something you want to get in there. Fear of safety. Because remember, OSHA is about safety. And this is all about safety. Once again, this isn't about left, right, or center, or whatever else. It's not about politics. It's about safety. And once again, everybody, no matter what their politics are, should be able to agree that at the workplace and at home, but in this we're dealing with the workplace, everyone should feel safe in the workplace. That is just a basic right for you to feel safe when you're working. You should not have to feel like the person next to you might do something to you or take action or come to your workplace or do something insane and hurt you and hurt others while you're working. You should not have to live under that constant fear. So you put that down there. You can say this potentially, because you also have to explain who does this affect. I would say if this is if this is a threat, it can potentially affect all the employees in my workplace, especially those that do not share the radical, violent beliefs of the employee posting the threats. I think that's a very good description of who it may affect. Especially, you might also add in there to affect yourself, because you have contrary views to that person, and they view anybody who has these views as somebody who is open season, where it's open season to go out and take these people out, which is what these people are saying. What these people are saying online, which is the unhinged thing, and I see it all over the place, is they are saying that people are valid targets and are valid, to be, have violence or death taken out against them because they do not share their political beliefs. That's not acceptable. That's not acceptable at all. And this is completely grounds for termination. And one thing I want to bring up here, because a lot of people are making a false argument, death threats and calls for violence have never been protected by the First Amendment, ever, at any point. So at anybody who tries to argue, oh, you don't know the Constitution or whatever else, no, that's never been a thing, ever. So anybody who tries to pull that is usually trying to do some sort of like moralistic gaslighting or something else, or they just don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, there's like I say, in reference to that old law, what is that? Yeah, I show you that precedent. That precedent that I showed, it has to be actionable. So let me see if I can find that law again. I want to be very clear with you all, because I don't want you all to make mistakes also. Yes, in general, a call to violence is not a breach yet, but what becomes a problem is when it is the 1969 law. Let me find it. All right, again this one. Brandenburg versus Ohio. May not forbid speech advocating use of is directed unless this advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. This is the key phrase here. It has to be so specific, and it has to be so likely when someone calls for it that it will happen. That's when it really becomes a problem. And given the fact that Charlie Kirk lost his life, the likelihood factor would probably be added already.
They're very low IQ. So that gets you for the hazard. Once again, don't use this exactly. This is just generic language. What you're going to want is to put in the specific facts that apply to your scenario, right? The very specific facts. I was just giving some general outlines. You can see, hey, look, even 2 or 3 sentences is enough. If you want to put 2 paragraphs, whatever, go ahead. Hazard location. So you could put all corporate locations if you really wanted to put that, right? You could also put the headquarters, right? So if you just want to put the headquarters, because most of the employees are at the headquarters, just put that out there, explain what's at risk, who's at risk. If you have remote employees, put that down. They also ask the question here, has this condition been brought to the attention of the employer and the government agency? Tick the boxes if it's true. If you've already told your employer, tick the box. If you've already told the government, perhaps the State Department of Labor, maybe law enforcement, put that in there. And if you've told more, like local police, right? Let's say you've reported it to the police as well. Maybe it's very severe. You put that in there as government agency. Now, one thing you can do, this is just a strategy, is you can say to your HR department, and if you want to pair this with talking to HR, because once again, I think that talking to HR is not a problem if you also file the OSHA report. Go into HR and say, I am filing an OSHA report. You're going to see the light drain from their eyes when you tell them you're doing this, right? And now you can tick that box and say, yeah, I informed my employer. Or you could go to your employer, this is another alternative, and say, hey, listen, HR, this makes me feel unsafe, and if there's not action taken on this and investigation immediately, I'm filing an OSHA report. Also another option, right? A lot of options here. Once again, I believe in a belt and suspenders approach, which essentially means, having backups to get this done, because cleaning up the workplace, cleaning up corporate America must be done. It's not optional. We need to get this done. We need to make this happen for the country. So let's do this down here. We have a little correction, because I had forgotten that even former employees can apply. I actually made a misstatement about former employees. So even a former employee can actually give an OSHA report. So you have former employees, current employees, Federal Safety and Health Committee, representative employees, or other. And once again, I think most people are going to fall into the former or current. So you're going to want to be reporting stuff, once again, that is factual, that is going on. But, if you know about it and you want to submit a report as a former employee, let's say you formerly worked at Switch and you no longer work there, you could go and you can file this as a former employee. Now, here's the big one. This is really big. You cannot reveal your name to the employer,
Right.
so it can remain anonymous, right? It can remain anonymous. This is super important. If you
boy.
want to remain
Yep.
anonymous, click do not reveal my name to employer. Now, if you click this, the only people that get your name are going to be OSHA, and that's so they can contact you. So you do have to fill out your name here. I put Average Joe here with your number, your mailing address, etc. You do have to do that, but only OSHA will contact. They will not reveal that to the employer. It will remain anonymous. So don't worry about that. And either way, you can click one or the other. I mean, there's reasons for being anonymous, and there's reasons that you might want to actually speak up, and that'd be good. You also want to make sure you check this box. This is a very important one. If you check this box, this constitutes my electronic signature.
Yeah.
If the box is checked, the submission shall be considered an authorized written signature. This is important because signed complaints typically are taken more seriously. So I would go ahead and click this box. Fill out your name, mailing address, state, your email address, your title if you're a representative, if this is something you're doing on behalf of an organization, and make sure all this is accurate. Very important here, guys. I've been telling you this since yesterday, but I want to reemphasize it here. There is a punishment for unlawful statements, up to $10,000 fine and imprisonment of up to 6 months. So that is super important, because you do not want to file a false complaint. Do not file false complaints.
Yeah.
Only file them based on facts, based on things you know. Do not become a person that is stooping to the level of making up things that are complete lies. Don't do it. Guys, let's get these reports in, the ones that are valid, and let's go and help out, help fix corporate America. Let's do it for Charlie. Let's do it for the country, and let's make it a better place.
All right. I think that is a good place to end. Reminder. They are not. If there's one thing I get from this conversation I had with this Juno, if there's one thing I got, it is not about principles. They are just upset and shocked and angry that I even circulate the question of whether the principles that they have benefited from, the principles they have benefited from because it's held by people whom are their enemies, should be bent in response to very real threats. And they're not happy because they're losing their gravy train. They are not happy because they're losing their protections. COOP. That was the message I got from this at the end of the day. This Juno was not angry that I was abandoning my principles. This Juno was angry because their own threatening words and violence, and the people he supports who are sending threatening words and violence will not have their protections anymore. It's like losing your favorite toy. That is the feeling I'm getting. That's why he was so angry. That's why he was so filled with vitriol when I even proposed this stream topic at the start. But anyway, tomorrow I will continue the stream for tomorrow on Twitch. Okay, Lucas? Tomorrow on Twitch. Let me just show you all again. If there's anything left over you want to talk about, we will talk about tomorrow. Well, good luck to that. He wanted to get under my skin. I ended up getting under his skin so much he went mask off. So reminder, tomorrow same time on Twitch. DMCA days, which means that's why I have to go to Twitch. Okay, Lucas? And thank you all for dropping in for so long. Today has been a non-stop talking stream, and now I'm very tired. I'm very, very tired. Let me have a look and see if there's anyone streaming right now. You don't want to... Hannah is streaming right now. I'll send you all to Hannah, okay? Let me just... Yeah. I'm going to see you all tomorrow. So don't... Maxi does not allow raids on his YouTube channel. So Hannah it is. I'm not on Twitch right now. Let me just... Alright, done. Anyway, lurkers, I'm going to end the stream in a few seconds. So, thank you for being here today, and I hope my talk wasn't so convoluted and confusing. Was my talk convoluted or confusing? Just so you all know before you leave. Was it convoluted or confusing? I need some feedback. Okay, that's good. Okay. That's good enough, okay. It can't be avoided, Chan, because it was an incident I want to talk about in painful detail. Anyway, like I said, anyway, it's all for educational purposes. Do not harass anyone, do not target anyone, nothing like that. Okay? Anyway, lurkers, have a good day or a good night, and I'll talk to you all tomorrow.